Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today, and we're also going to be doing some demos, we're going to be playing some games, we're going to be doing a lot of different stuff. So before we get going, let's talk about what's on the docket today. So we've got 4 topics that we do in each stream, and the first hour is going to be topic number 1. We're going to be playing The Witness because it's been such a fun puzzle game, and I'm not exactly sure how long this puzzle game lasts. We're working on the 3rd hour of playing this game, and yeah, so that's going to be the first hour of today's stream. And what are we going to be doing in the 2nd hour? In the 2nd hour, we're going to be doing a demonstration. So we're going to demonstrate how to do hacking against CMSs, that is content management systems, and in this case, we're going to be doing the most popular content management system. That's going to be, let's see, what is it called? It's called Wordpress. So that's going to be in the 2nd hour. We're going to be working on the Dockerlabs platform, and we're going to be hacking against their walking CMS machine over here, and that's going to be the 2nd hour. So in the 3rd hour, we're going to be going over to something a little bit different. We're going to be writing a web app. We're going to be doing some development stuff. And seeing as today is Web App Wednesday, we're going to be writing a web app. And so this is going to be part 3 in our series. And we're currently trying to write a registration system so users can register their accounts over here. Okay, so let's see.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in.
Stealthy Goater, thank you very much for the Hack the Planet Redeem. Welcome to the stream. Okay, and in the 4th hour, in the 5th hour probably, we're also going to be doing free hacking challenges. We're going to be doing free hacking challenges rather over at PicoCTF.org. PicoCTF is an excellent cybersecurity education platform, and if you don't have an account over there, you can make one for free at this URL over here. And we're going to be doing some web app challenges that we've never done before over there. So there are a fair number of web app challenges over at PicoCTF.org. And we're going to be doing that. We're going to be doing those challenges to round out today's stream. So let's go ahead and get started with the first topic for today. Brian's GGS says Early Frog. Hello, nice to see you here. And yeah, so let's go ahead and start the first topic. We're going to be doing some gaming with The Witness. And we got about an hour that we're going to be spending over there. So let's go ahead and start the game. So as usual, you're free to talk about cybersecurity, talk about hacking stuff, anything you like while the game is going on. We don't need to strictly talk about the game, but we're going to be doing the game over here, The Witness. It's a very popular puzzle game, and some people say it's one of the best puzzle games of all time. So we're going to be playing, we're going to be figuring it all out, and where are we going now? So I think what we need to do is we need to follow the yellow cable over here. So it's leading off over in that direction. I think I can walk over in that direction. Oh, okay, we got more puzzles. Great. I love puzzles. Okay, so I think, so just like we established last time, what we need to do is we need to touch each one of the dots. So the lines have to touch the appropriately colored dots before we get to the exit. So we need to touch that one, and then blue needs to touch over here. Oh, this is going to be a problem. So we've run out of space to maneuver around. Okay, so how are we going to do this? So I guess we move down here? No. We have to move over here. Then we need to go down, and then over. And then across. This doesn't help either. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we need to finish off all the ones at the top first. So we're gonna go here. Oh, this doesn't work. Maybe we need to swap our positions. So instead of blue being on this side, we're gonna set it up so blue is on this side instead. Okay, so this doesn't, well, okay. Over here, down, no. Over, down, no. Over, Okay, I seem to be getting in my own way. Let's see, favor use says never played before. Blue up. So go up with blue. Well, I mean, the problem with going up with blue is that we need to eventually get to here with blue if we're going to be going that direction. So I'm not sure. Maybe we can go. Yeah, I mean, Okay, so blue up on the first one, right. So blue up, right. So okay, so blue up, and then right, and then oh, you know what? I think I understand. Well, the problem is that yellow is going to intersect with the blue one over here, which doesn't align with their plans. Okay. So does blue, I mean, the other way we have to do it, you should focus on yellow. Okay. So if we're focusing on yellow, then we need to get yellow to go down. Yeah, I don't know. I think we need to put blue on the other side. So if we put blue on the other side here, it might be... Let's see. So if blue goes here... Yeah, maybe we should focus on yellow. So if yellow goes here, and then up, and then over, and then... The problem is that we get stuck over here. So I mean, if you have if you have suggestions in the chat, I'm okay taking suggestions from people in the chat as long as I've had a chance to try this out myself, because I'm okay spoiling myself sometimes, but just not immediately. Okay, so if we go blue here, we could go up and then over. No, we need to... The problem here is that we can't touch this dot. I mean, that's okay for yellow, but for blue it doesn't quite work. We need to eventually get to these exits over here. Okay, so if we put blue over here, we can go up. If we put blue on this side, the problem is trying to get this dot over here. That one's tricky. Link of games. Link of games. So this game, if you want to get it, is on the Steam store. And over here. So you can get it for about $10 Canadian. I'm not too sure what that is in your local currency. It's about $7 American right now because it's on sale. Okay, so I think we should focus on having yellow on this side. Okay, I think this is it. I think this is where we're supposed to do it, how we're supposed to do it. So we just need to touch... You need to touch both of these. Okay, so up, and then down, and then over, and then done, done, done. Great, great, great. Okay, we got it. We got it done after a little bit. Okay, but this is just the first one. We need to go over and do this next one. I think we need to have blue on this side. So if we have blue on this side, we go down. We touch up here, and then over here, and then up. And then touch there, down, over, and then great. All right. That was easier. We've got 4 spots we could... So it's either up here and up here. I think what we need... Well, I think what we want is... Maybe we want blue on this side. Actually, wait, that's weird. That doesn't quite go the way we want it to. Up, and then over, and then up. Okay, yeah, this seems to be pretty easy. Okay, cool, this works. Okay, and then the next one. We got a lot of them here. Okay, let's try yellow on this side. No, yellow on this side. That was easy. Okay, and then... How come there's no yellow one? What happened to the yellow one? Hold on. Yeah, I don't understand. There's supposed to be a... Oh, wait. What happened over here? Why is there... Oh, is it just invisible? I think they're trying to tell us that there's another one, but the yellow one is invisible now. Okay. Well, I mean, if the yellow one is invisible, then we just go... down? Okay, so if it's invisible, we need to go this way. Yeah, it worked because the yellow line is invisible now. Alright, this is going to be a little bit trickier. So we need to... we need the yellow one to touch by going over here. And then... oh, we can't go that way. Nope, we can't go that way because the yellow one is in the way. But the yellow one is invisible. So, So over, and then this should touch the yellow string, and then we just need to grab these and then go to the exit. Okay, that's done. So this time... oh, this is going to be tough. Okay, so grab... this one should grab the yellow one. And then down. And then over. Down. Over. That grabs the yellow one. That grabs another yellow one. And then this should finish it. Okay, done. Great. Okay, so where does this lead to? This leads up there. So we need to somehow get up there. Alright. Let's go up. Okay, so we just need to solve this puzzle here. Oh. So just... okay, that doesn't work. We need to go this way, and then down, and then over. Yeah, okay. I think this should work. Great, now we can get in. Okay. So do we go immediately upstairs, or do we check out what's on the sides? Let's see what's on the sides. So there's nothing here on the sides? Oh, what's this?
One nature, perfect and pervading, circulates in all natures. One reality, all-comprehensive, contains within itself all realities. The one moon reflects itself wherever there is a sheet of water, and all the moons in the waters are embraced within the one moon. The absolute of all the Buddhas enters into my own being, and my own being is found in union with theirs. The inner light is beyond praise and blame. Like space, it knows no boundaries. Yet it is even here, within us, ever retaining its serenity and fullness. It is only when you hunt for it that you lose it. You cannot take hold of it, but equally you cannot get rid of it. And while you can do neither, it goes on, its own way. You remain silent, and it speaks. You speak, and it is done. The great gate of charity is wide open, with no obstacles before it. Young Cha Tashi, circa 700.
Okay, well, I mean, that was some philosophy. I don't know if that actually is a flipper zero on the floor. Yeah, if only we could use it to hack something.
One nature, perfect and pervading,
That's okay.
circulates in all natures. One reality, all-comprehensive, contains within itself all realities. The one moon reflects itself wherever there is a sheet of water, and all the moons in the waters are embraced within the one moon. The absolute of all the Buddhas enters into my own being, and my own being is found in union with theirs. The inner light is beyond praise and blame. Like space, It knows no boundaries. Yet it is even here, within us, ever retaining its serenity and fullness. It is only when you hunt for it that you lose it. You cannot take hold of it, but equally you cannot get rid of it. And while you can do neither, it goes on, its own way. You remain silent, and it speaks. You speak, and it is done. The great gate of charity is wide open, with no obstacles before it. Youngcha Tashi, circa 700.
Okay, my suspicion is that we need to do the same thing that we did on the other side. Here, wait. You might have to reset. Reset? Okay, so you might have to reset. I mean, I think what we need to do is we need to do the same thing. The same pattern. That dude Tyler, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so up and then over and then back. Okay, so up and then over. Yeah, so this is the same pattern. So you just need to make sure that you do the same pattern on each side. Okay, let's do this one. All right. Up and then down and then up, over, like this. Okay, so we just need to do the same pattern on the other side. See if I can remember how to do this. So it was, what did it look like again? Over, down, up, corner, corner, down, corner. Okay. Over, down, over, down, up, corner, corner. No? Over, one over, down, up, and then hit the corner, and then hit the other corner. Oh wait, why this one went blank? I only get one attempt at doing this? Okay, well, I guess I have to do this one over again. How did I do this again? Oh, it's a zigzag. Up and then zigzag. You know, my memory is really bad. Up, over, and then zigzag. Up, over, down, corner, up, zigzag, out. Up, over, down, corner, up, zigzag, out. Wait. Oh. Up, over, down, up, over, down, corner, up. You know what? I'm going to draw a little diagram for myself so I can remember this, because my memory's not that great. Okay. Up, down, over. Okay. All right. I've drawn a little diagram for myself. Okay. So up, down, corner, over, like this. Ah, my memory, so bad. Okay, so I'm gonna draw a picture of this one as well, because, like I said, my memory's not that great. Okay, so start here, down, up, corner, down, over, out. Okay, let me try this. Start here, over, down, up, down here, and then up, corner, corner, down, like this. Okay, so I just need to draw a little diagram for myself so I don't screw up. Anyways, okay, let's go on to this part. Great. Huh. This is... I think we need to start here. So we start here, down, and then hit these two dots, and then up, hit these two dots, and then up, hit these two dots, and then out. Okay? Now we just need to... I just need to draw a diagram for myself so that I don't screw this up. Just a second, everybody. Okay, I got that diagram drawn for myself so I can do this. So we start at this side. We go over, we go down, we go up, we go all the way around. Huh, this looks wrong for some reason. Okay, so over and then... Okay, we got a break going on in Twitch right now. So while the ads are running on Twitch, I'll run one on YouTube, and we'll take a little break and have a little bit of water, because we don't want anybody to miss any of this exciting action while the ads are running on. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and play some birds. How about these birds over here? All right, we're just going to take a little water break. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. It's kind of a shame that there's no music, but I guess we can get back to the hacking now, or the gaming, I guess. Let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the gaming. So yeah. So there's something weird about this. So hold on. Let's step away from it for a sec. So this one is the opposite. So this one, the exit is near the top, and this one, the exit is near the bottom. So this needs to be reversed. So if it needs to be reversed, we start on the same side, and then instead of going up, we would go down. So we go down, and then we go over, and then we go all the way up, and then we go over, and then we go down, and then we hit the exit like this. But that doesn't seem to be... Mohammed Hassan, hello, it's nice to see you here. So we're just doing some some gaming right now. This doesn't seem to be the same amount of... squares. So go all the way down, and then over. So that's one. It seems to be. Are there three? Hold on. Let's go back. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 vertical lines. 1, 2, 3, 4 vertical lines. Okay, so here we're starting here. We go over, and then we go up. And then we go over, and then we go down. Down. Then we go over, then we go up. This doesn't seem like it's the same pattern. Hold on. Okay, let me just take a little draw a little sketch one more time. So it's a pattern that looks kind of like a cross, two rectangles on top of each other. We start, let's say we start here. Go over, and then up, and then to the middle, and then down close to the bottom, and then up, and then up, and then hit the exit. I think the last one has been rotated. I mean, I think that's the problem. Is it frozen? Is it frozen? Favor, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so I think it's rotated. Is it mirrored? So this one here, there are a bunch of starting points, and it wants you to end off in a corner. This one's the same. Okay, for some reason I don't know why I'm confused by this. Okay, start here, go up, and then over, and then down. Actually, maybe we need to go the opposite way. Like this. Oh, I did it wrong. Okay. Yeah, okay, let me go back. I need to do this one over again. I think I can remember to do that, how to do this. Okay, so up, over, yeah. Oh, I screwed up this one as well. I'm crashing out, everybody. All right, let's try this one again. Over and then... Okay, that one's correct. I need to take a look at this thing again. Why is this so hard for me? Okay, start. Start here, over 1, down, then over, up. Hold on. Down, over, up, corner, corner. Up, hit the 2 corners, then down, or is it down, up, hit the 2 corners, down like this? I don't know why I'm so bad at this. Okay, I need to draw more diagrams. Okay. Down, up 3 times, corner to corner, down 1, over, down all the way, over 1, up. Okay, let's... Start here, down, over, up, hit the 2 corners, down 1, over to the middle, down, up, hit the corner, up, and then out. This one I pretty much got memorized. Down, over, up, hit the 2 corners, down, over, Cobble Master says, okay. So it's down, right? Right and then down? This has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grid. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grid again. So according to what the diagram that I made, it's supposed to look like this. But is this really not correct? So replace right with left and left with right. So are you supposed to go in the opposite direction then? So if we're going in the opposite direction, then it is over, and then down, and then hit the corners, Why is this so confusing for me? Okay, so this is... Oh, replace left with right and right with left. Okay. So, I mean, it's the same kind of thing. Down, up. Over. Down. Okay, Cobble Master, I'll take your advice. What you're saying is, left, down, down. Left, up to the top. Well, not to the top. And then... right, up, left, left. Down, down, down. Down, 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 right, up. Okay. So, the last one here, this is... Let me just... I should just do this as a set of directions instead of trying to make my little diagrams. So it's start in the center, right? Start in the center, then that is right, down, down, right, and then up, 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 times 4, and then right again. And then down, down, down. And then right again. And then up, up. Okay, well... Why am I so bad at this? Okay, okay. So we start in the middle. And then it's left. It's left. Down, down. Left, up 4 times, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then left, and then down 3 times, and then right, and then it's supposed to be up, up, but this doesn't make sense unless it's backwards. Which means we need to go up instead of down. Which means we would do... You do up, up, left, and then down 4 times, and then left, and then up 3 times, and then left, and then... Okay, done. That took way too long. Okay, so there's one last... I guess this isn't really much of a puzzle. So start here, and then end here. So what does this do? Okay, we got a box. We got an antenna. We have a laser cannon. Okay. Should this be firing something? Okay, so it's firing over there in the distance. I guess that's the next destination. So how do we get there? I guess we just follow the beam of light. Okay, let's see if I can do a straight path there. It doesn't look like I can do a straight path there. Okay, so it's pointing over there. Let's see if we can walk all the way over there. Well, I mean, there's this thing in the way. Is it really in the way, though? I think we can move past it. I wonder if we can just move around. It seems to be a little path over here. So it doesn't look like... It looks like we have to climb up here. There's a bunch of puzzles over here. Maybe this is the next place we need to explore. Okay. What's going on here? So we got white squares and black squares. If our previous knowledge is to be trusted, we just need to isolate the black squares from the white squares in order to finish these levels. Okay, done. What's this place? Looks like some sort of greenhouse? I guess we start with this puzzle. So do we isolate the purple squares from the green squares? Okay, so it's the same principle as the last one. I guess we need to separate all the squares? Can we do that? Okay, so... yeah, so this will separate all the squares. No? This separates the green square. This separates the white square, and this separates the purple square. Okay. So it is... we need to separate all the colors away from each other. So here, the white square is separated out. And we need to make sure that the purple squares are isolated from the green squares. Okay, good. And we need to make sure that... so here we've got the green squares that are isolated from the white squares that are isolated from the purple squares. Okay. And this one looks a little bit trickier. Okay, so we can just isolate the white square here, then isolate this purple square. Isolate here. I think they're all isolated now. No? Isolate the white square, or maybe the white squares need to be in the same place. Okay. Alright. No, this doesn't work, because the purple squares and the green squares are occupying the same area. So we need to completely isolate the green square. Okay, so completely isolate this white square, completely isolate this green square, completely isolate this purple square, and then isolate the white square, isolate the purple square. No. We need to put the white squares in their own area, and then put, Game Boy, hello, nice to see you here. Put the white square here, separate it out from the purple squares here. Hi, nice to see you. Yeah, just playing some games for another 12 minutes or so, and then we're going to move on to the next part of today's stream. Okay, so let me take a look at this puzzle. So this puzzle here, the white squares are isolated away from the purple squares, and the green squares are in Nokia Snake Game. I don't know if I would call it a Nokia Snake Game. So yeah, so I guess all of the squares of the same color have to be connected to each other. So the problem here is we need to separate these out. Up, over, maybe like this. So this separates out all the white squares. They're in their own area. And then, yeah, this works. This works. So the colors are separated into their own places. Great. Now what? Now we get to now we get to do with 4 colors. Not looking forward to this. Okay, let's try it. So blue needs to be separated from red, needs to be separated from orange. Blue, red. What's the best way to do this? Yeah, that doesn't work. Up, over, so that isolates blue. This isolates orange, and this isolates the other two. Okay. Oh, geez. Alright, gotta get the blues in the same area, and then the oranges in the same area, and then the white ones in the same area. This one's pretty easy. Okay. This one is blues. Blues needs to be in the same area. Up here, down here, that isolates the blue ones. So next we need to take care of the orange ones, or the yellow ones. Yeah, I'm not too sure how to do this one. Okay, and then this isolates no. It's got to be like this if we want to get the blue ones together. So the blue ones are together here, and then we need to make sure that the red ones are together here before we exit. But we also need to find some way to separate the white ones from the yellow ones in the center. We can't really cut across here, because then we end up with the blue ones and the white ones in the same area, which is not allowed. Yeah, that doesn't work. So if you have an idea, you can leave it in chat, because, you know, we're all here solving the puzzles together, right? Okay, so the problem is we need to so there's got to be some sort of trick. This doesn't work because this isolates, the blues are no longer in the same area. This way the blues are in the same area, but there's the same problem. The same problem that we can't separate the other colors out. Can we do this? This doesn't work. Go down, go over. Yeah. Okay, so this should be easier than it is. If we start this way. Nixie, hello, nice to see you here. We're just playing the game for a little bit. Let's see. The dude Tyler says, "I promise you that I'm drawing this out at my desk as fast as I can." No worries, no worries. If we can't get it, we can't get it. But it'd be nice to be able to finish out at least this puzzle before we end the stream. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch right now. We're just gonna take a little break, a little ad break, and we're gonna put on some birds. We're gonna have a little bit of water, and then we'll come back to this. Okay, so let's have a little bit of water. We'll come back in about 30 seconds. Let's get back to it. So if we go this way, we can separate the blues like this. But if we go up, we can separate the blues like this. But we can't do it this way. So this separates out the blues. We need to separate out the other colors as well. Defus says, go up, right, all the way up, Well, I'm guessing this means all the way up. All the way up. And then right, 2 down. 2 down, 2 right. 2 right. 1 down, 2 left. Oh, wow, this is, yeah, that's brilliant. That's pretty smart. Defus, yeah. So, okay. Yeah, that's a really cool solution. Thank you, Defus. So this lets us keep everything together like this. Well, the red ones have to be together. Do the red ones have to be together? Actually, wait. No. In this case... Okay, let me read the rest of Defus's solution. But you know, no. This is the way. I mean, this is good. This is good. It gets us thinking. We could. Well, I mean, we could do it like this. So let's do. If we do it like this, yeah. The problem is that it. Let's do it like this. No. Well, you know what? No, the yellows are with the yellows are with the red now. Slivers, hello, nice to see you here. We're just going to be doing another 2 minutes of this game, of the puzzle game over here. We're just trying to figure out how to get this thing working. Down, down, and then isolate the yellow like this. I mean, can we do it like this as well? I mean, this runs into the same problem. Try up 3 right, 1 down. So it's up 3 right, 1 down, and then 2 left, 1 down, 2 right. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Wait. I mean the. I mean this almost does the job. The problem is that. We still run into a little bit of problem. Like a zigzag, yeah. I mean, it's hard to visualize it without doing it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, I wish I could I could put this in front of you for free. Unfortunately, it's a paid game. It's on sale right now. If it makes you feel any better about getting it then. But let's spend a couple more minutes on this. I mean, this also runs into the same problem because there's still some shared colors. Yeah. Sliver says, try all the way up, then down, and then up. All the way down, up, down, up, down, all the way up, I mean, I'm not too sure if you're talking about this. If only we could switch out the colors, that would be great. Doesn't work, unfortunately. Okay, let me put 5 minutes on the clock. If we can't solve this in 5 minutes, then we'll move on to the next thing. Let's put 5 minutes on the clock. Just a second, everybody. What's the objective? The objective is to isolate all the colors away from each other. So we want to make sure that that none of all of the colors are isolated from each other by a line. So if you look at these other puzzles over here, each one of the colors is separated from each other. So this one, we separated the colors away from each other, and now we're doing this one. So we got 5 minutes to try to solve this puzzle. So it's gotta be, I mean, I don't know if it has to be this way, but yeah. How can we make sure that, I mean, if we could do it like this, it would be great, but we can't. We need to exit over here. Make a cube with a line in the middle of the middle. In the middle. Make a cube with a line. Like this? I mean, we managed to isolate it a little bit, kind of like this, or like this. But either way, the problem is the same. We can't isolate these other two colors. Yeah, this doesn't work either. Sliver says, kind of bit, but a line in the middle of the cube. A line in the middle of the cube. So, like this? Or something else. We can also do it like this, but it kind of runs into the same problem. It's hard to tell you online, to be honest. Well, I mean, some people, they've just been doing, like, you know, right, left, up, down, down 2, right 2, that kind of thing. So maybe... Wait, this almost gets the job done. Almost. Yeah. So you're hacking a WordPress site today. Yeah, we're going to be doing that demo next. In about a minute or so, we're gonna start with that. So, the problem here is that, let's go back. Let's go back. How about we go like this? No. Nope, can't do it like that. Can't do it like this either. Slever says, I don't think I will get a pen testing job. You don't think you will get a pen testing job? Slever's, what makes you come to that conclusion? Okay, we'll come back to this. We'll come back to this next time. We kind of ran out of time, but that's fine. But let's go ahead and start our next topic. So the next topic is going to be, and you know what? That means we can keep on playing our music now. Oh, that's some scary music. Why is it so scary? But yeah, Slevers, tell me why you don't think you're going to be getting a pen testing job. And hello from Chile. Hello, Rod. Nice to see you here. You know what? We're not doing our gaming anymore. We can do some of these. Hack the planet, everybody.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Rod. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sever says, when I turn 18, you will join the military. I mean, you can learn about hacking topics and cybersecurity stuff in the military as well. I hear that a lot of militaries have cybersecurity stuff in them. Okay, so what are we doing over here? So we're going to be doing our Dockerlabs challenge. We're going to do the walking CMS box, and we're going to be doing a demo on how to hack WordPress stuff. So let's go ahead and put 60 seconds on the clock. Sorry, 60 minutes on the clock, and then we'll start the exercise. Unfortunately, I can't edit the amount of time except by clicking on the mouse like this. Okay, 60 minutes on the clock. Let's start. Okay, but I will be in a labor job to build endurance and stamina. I mean, you could come back to this, or you can do that. You can do the computer stuff in your free time. But yeah, I hope you can find some time to stick it out with computer security stuff. Okay, everybody, we're going to be doing our demo for hacking WordPress. So the box that I'm going to be covering is going to be over at. You'll still be doing pen testing. Great, great. I mean, maybe you can do it after you get out of the military. Okay, so we're going to be doing the walking CMS box. Where is it? It's up here. Okay, so we can download it, and if you want to do this yourself, then this is the download link. Over here. So I've already actually, you know what I should do? I should probably delete the container I already have here. So it's in the downloads directory. Let me delete this stuff here. And then I'll demonstrate how to install this. So I guess I should do my YouTube intros and outros. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the walking CMS box from Dockerlabs. And so the first thing you want to do for each one of these exercises is you want to download the machine. So you can download the machine by clicking on the download button over here, and it's going to bring you to this mega page. You can click on download. That's going to download the machine to your download directory, and then after it's done downloading, we can deploy the machine and then start hacking. Slover says, yeah, maybe I'll make a company when I do freelancing for companies doing pen testing for them with the money I save. Yeah, I mean, definitely, you can definitely do some long-term planning if this is something that you're really interested in. Okay, so we've downloaded the machine. We're going to go over to our downloads directory. over here, and we got walkingcms.zip. We just need to unzip it. And then afterwards, we're going to have to use a script to deploy the machine. So these Docker machines containers, they come with this auto deploy script over here. We need to run the auto deploy script to start up the container. So we just need to make the auto deploy script executable first, and then we need to run the auto deploy script and specify the tar file. In this case, it's going to be walkingcms.tar. So we run that. That's going to start up the Docker container. So the Docker container is going to be running locally on our Kali Linux machine here. Server says, with my calculations, I'll make over 30K. Wow, that's a lot of money. Saving all of my money in 3 years, which is the minimum contract here. I mean, that sounds like a pretty good... It sounds like a pretty good plan to save money, because I'm assuming in the military they provide for your housing, and they provide for your food, and they might provide for some... Did they provide for any tech-related training, or is it all going to be physical training? I'm not too sure what country you're located in. If you don't need to share your country if you don't want to, but it does give me a little bit more information. Okay, so the Docker container has been deployed to this IP address right here. So we just need to copy the IP address, and then we can start our enumeration. So we always start our enumeration with an nmap port scan. So we use nmap, we run it on the IP address here. We're going to try to figure out what ports are offering which services. So spoiler alert, there's only one port available on this box, it's port 80. Favor asks, why is it in Espanol? Because the website is en Espanol. So the website that we're using right now is it's a Spanish website. It's called Dockerlabs.es. So Sliver says, when I'm in active duty, I will go to college, so they pay for it too. So when you go to college, you can also take tech-related courses in college, and that's going to help you out with your cybersecurity as well, because you need to learn a lot of tech in order to do cybersecurity. Okay, so let's go back. So we got port 80, and whenever port 80 is open, we need to figure out what exactly is, what kind of web application is running on it, because port 80 runs HTTP, which is unencrypted web pages. So we can go over to, we can use a very simple directory busting tool like derb to scan the web server. So the web server, we're just going to access it on HTTP, the IP address here. So when we scan the machine, something interesting is going to come up. So we see here there's a directory called Wordpress that we found with the derb tool, and Wordpress is a CMS, or content management system. And we're going to be talking about how we hack content management systems in just a little bit. So okay, let's go ahead and talk about that. So over here, so this is the Walking CMS box, and we're talking about CMS hacking in this part. So this application is using a CMS, which stands for Content Management System. So content management systems are basically web app software that let you manage blogs for the most part. So they can manage blogs, they can help you out with different parts of your website, and these content management systems can have security vulnerabilities. So the CMS being used here is WordPress, which is the most popular CMS. So WordPress is pretty much the most popular CMS software you can find on the internet. And when we go to the web page, let's just show you what it looks like over on the WordPress site. So web invulnerable, okay, if you say so. So hello mundo, tadamos la bienvenida a WordPress. Esta es tu primera entrada. Editala something something. Okay, I don't speak Spanish, but we get from here that this is a WordPress site. The fact that this endpoint that we're located at is also called WordPress is a pretty good indication that this is a WordPress site. Let's see. Slever says, I used WordPress. It's super boring. I mean, whether or not it's exciting or boring doesn't really tell you whether or not it's a software you should be using. You don't need to have to read it next time. It's okay. Favor, did I hurt your ears by speaking Spanish? Tell me if that's the case. Okay, so if this is WordPress, because WordPress is so popular, there are security testing tools specific to WordPress. The most commonly used one is called WP Scan. Okay, I hurt your ears by speaking Spanish. Okay, so Silver's asked, what are we trying to do with this website? So we're trying to enumerate the CMS software here, and this is WordPress. So WordPress has a tool called there's a security tool called WP Scan, and we can use the WP Scan tool to try to test the security of WordPress. So we're going to use the following syntax with WP Scan to scan the WordPress app for usernames, vulnerable plugins, vulnerable themes, etc. So the WordPress, the WP Scan software is actually, it's very, very powerful software. And let me just, I'll just paste this in the chat. This is the command we're dealing with here. Okay, so where are we here? WP Scan, we're going to paste this in. We need to specify a URL, which is the IP address and the WordPress endpoint here. We're going to enumerate a bunch of different things. So we're going to look for vulnerable plugins. We're going to look for users. We're going to look for vulnerable themes, Tim thumbs, I think they're called, and we're going to output everything in a verbose manner. Cyrus asks, yeah, but what kind of attack are we doing? So the WP Scan tool is going to look for usernames, and it's going to look for potentially vulnerable plugins and stuff. So when we run the command, it's going to look for all this information. It's going to find as much information as it can. It finds out if certain functions inside of WordPress are being used, and if it's able to identify a version of a plugin, we could look for vulnerabilities or known hacks for those versions of the plugins. For example, this one is 2022. We might be able to find a vulnerable version. This might be a vulnerable version of this theme. But the most important thing that we're actually looking for in this case is that it found a WordPress user named Mario. So WP Scan was able to identify a valid user on the WordPress system. And so we can also use WP Scan to brute force this user's password. So if we find users, we can also instruct WP Scan to brute force the user's password. So Slever says it's a bit like SQL map. Yeah, it is. It's kind of like a very specialized tool, and it's actually very, very useful when you encounter WordPress sites. I'm trying not to say random stuff when I don't need to, but we're going to be doing some brute forcing in this case. So walking CMS, we're going to be doing some brute forcing on the WordPress site. So when brute forcing with WP Scan, we must provide a list of passwords. A common password list we can use is rocku.txt. So rocku.txt is a list of 14 million of the most common passwords, and it's commonly used in these kind of password cracking and online brute forcing attacks. So let me go ahead and... So we just need to go back to the previous command here and edit it a little bit. So the only thing we want to look for is the users, and we're going to specify a password list to brute force with. So in this case, the password list is going to be rocku.txt. So favorite use is, I like to use seclists. So I mean, seclists has a lot of good word lists as well. You shouldn't stick with one or the other, because you want to be able to be flexible and use both, depending on what situation it is. Okay, so Defus says, since this is Dockerlabs and the user is Mario, the first password I would try is chocolate and the second one is Pinguino or something like that. I don't think Pinguino is in the standard list, but let's run the brute force attack. But Defus is correct. Mario does like to use chocolate as the password. Okay, so we identified Mario with the WP scan tool, so it's just doing some brute forcing attack right over here. So we found a valid combination, so username Mario and password love. So Sliver says toilet or plunger, Luigi or plumber is going to be the one. Yeah, if you play a lot of Nintendo video games, then sure. So we found Mario, password love, and let's talk a little bit more about that. Okay, so we found a valid credential pair, so we can use these credentials to log into WordPress. So Mario and password love, and we're just gonna go over to the application. And usually, we can go to the WP admin endpoint for the login page. So here we're gonna log in as Mario, and the password is gonna be love. Okay, we're gonna log in, and then we've got more Spanish stuff here. So I think we can change the language over to English, and this email is correct. And it's Spanish again. So I think the first thing we need to do is we need to change the language. So I think this should be the settings here. Gameboy says, now time to upload shellcode to the upload page. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean we are going to be doing some shenanigans here. So we're just going to go all the way down, and we're going to change the language from Spanish to English, and then press confirm. Okay, so we've saved those settings. So the app is in English now, which means we can. What we're going to do is we're going to edit the theme files. So WordPress comes with a bunch of themes, and the themes are basically little layouts, and we can go over to the theme code editor. So we're going to click on that, and we're going to select one of these files. So this is the theme 2022, and we can select another one of the files in the theme. In this case, we're going to use functions.php. So we're just going to click on that. It doesn't matter which page we edit, as long as we have access to it and it's a PHP page. If it's a PHP page, then we can put some malicious code in there. So in this case, we're just going to grab a web shell. So Mohammed says there's a reverse shell plugin that you can try. I mean, I don't think we need to be that fancy in this case. Sliver says, do you ever think some people actually use the stuff you teach? You know what I mean. I mean, do I think that bad people ever... Do I think I ever teach bad people some techniques for hacking websites? Maybe, but... I mean, if I was super worried about teaching bad people along with good people, the stuff that I know, then I would never be able to teach. So Sliver says, you can brute force with SQL map. Can you brute force with SQL map? Who cares? Well, I mean, we should think about this, whether or not the information that we're teaching, you know, is going to be taught to bad people. But in my case, we can't let... we have to make all the information free. That means that both good people and bad people can learn it. Stealthy Coder says, is there any way we can specify Mario as the username in a WP scan command, then focus on brute forcing that password only? That's a good question. I've never tried that before, but let me see if I can look it up real quick. So WP scan, specify user brute force. Okay, so I don't know if we can, but let me look this up real quick. So weak passwords. Okay, so WP-pan scan brute force. So this is from the official documentation here. Brute force prevention. And let's see. Passwords. Can we specify a user? I think we might be able to. So WP scan -- help. Okay, so there's a usernames in a list. List of the usernames to do during the password attack. So you can't specify a user, but you can specify a list or a file to use. So if you just put one user in the file, then that should be enough. Suffers asks, what is your favorite brute force tool? What's my favorite brute force tool? I mean, FFUF is my favorite brute force tool. I mean, you can't use FFUF for everything, but I guess it really depends on which software you're dealing with. If you're dealing with SQL, then of course it's SQL map. Okay, so what were we doing? So we need to find a reverse shell payload. Sorry, a web shell payload. So web shell payloads, you can find them pretty easily over at rev shells, and we're just gonna feed this PHP web shell over here. So we're just going to grab the PHP portions of it without grabbing the opening and closing tags. We're just going to copy this. We're going to go over to the editor, and in the editor for functions.php, we're just going to paste in this code over here. So the page will remain pretty much the same, but we put in the web shell here. We're going to update this, update the file. File saved successfully. All we need to do now is to access this page on the web app, and then we can get our remote code execution off. Sliver says, what's the most compatible with John the Ripper? I mean, none of the brute force tools are specifically compatible with John the Ripper because John the Ripper is a password cracking program. And password cracking and brute forcing are not the same thing. Okay, so let's see. So the endpoint is going to be here. So I'll just paste that in the chat. Can I see, so Favor You says, can I see where you put the command for the shell again? Yeah. So this is inside of the theme editor. So you just click on theme code editor. And then inside of here, you click on functions.php. Any PHP code will do, and you put the web shell code somewhere inside of the PHP code. So somewhere after the opening bracket over here that says PHP, just put it in somewhere, and make sure that it's not getting in the way of other code. Okay, so we're going to go over to that endpoint. So nothing appears. So Sliver says, what's the most compatible with John the Ripper, and what type of scenario? I'm not too sure what the question is. Can you give me a little more detail on what kind of scenario you're talking about? Okay, so we don't see anything. This is fine because the functions doesn't necessarily give anything back. So the thing is that the web shell that we put in there has to have the CMD URL parameter, and in this case we're just going to do CMD, and then we're going to give our command. So this is what we tack on to the end of our endpoint here. So CMD equals whatever command you want to run, and in this case we can get the whoami command to run, which gives us our user for the application www.data. And Sliver says, now what's the best case of using John the Ripper in what type of scenario? So John the Ripper is used when you have password hashes. So you can get password hashes from SQL databases, or you can get them from SQL databases, or you can get them once you've broken into a system. And well, actually, you need to. The problem is that you usually need to have root access to get the user password hashes. But there are circumstances where you can capture a few different other types of hashes, like SSH, private key hashes. But most of the time, you would use John the Ripper after you've captured password hashes from the SQL database. Okay, so now that we know that we can run commands from the web shell, this is what we're going to do. So our WordPress user has sufficient access so we can modify the PHP files for one of the WordPress themes to execute arbitrary code. So after modifying the theme file, we use it for remote code execution. Stealthy Coder says, what is your comment about Hydra? So Hydra is another brute forcing tool. It's a very good tool. Sometimes it can be a bit slow, but Hydra is pretty commonly used. Northy 1709, hello, nice to see you here. Let's give you a keyboard cat. Welcome to the stream. Gameboy says, Hydra old tool, it's still an amazing tool. So yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good tool for brute forcing. Of course, brute forcing is not something you want to do in all circumstances, but sometimes it is the right thing to do. Northy, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Okay, so what were we talking about? So Favor says, why does it have to be that parameter? How come you don't start a simple Python server and try to get a callback to your system? So why does it have to be that parameter? I mean, it doesn't have to be that parameter. You can make the parameter anything you want, but the web shells are very popular because they let you run commands on the system, which you can do to get a reverse shell connection, and that's what we're going to be doing next. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to use this for remote code execution, and yeah, let me demonstrate what we're going to be doing next. So what we want to do is we want to upload a file that's going to give us a reverse shell connection when we execute it. So in order to do that, we're going to use a command called msfvenom. So msfvenom is going to let us create this. It's going to let us create this reverse shell binary that's going to connect to our IP address on the port that we specify over here. This is going to be a Linux binary that we're uploading to the target. So we're going to create the binary with this command. Thank you very much for following Slevers22. Thank you very much. Okay, so after we've got a file called reverse.elf, we want to upload this to the target. And what we can do is we can serve this up and then upload this to the target. First of all, what we need to do is we want to serve this file on our attacker machine. So we're just going to run Python m for the to specify a module. It's going to be HTTP server, which starts up a temporary HTTP server for our attacker machine. So from here, we can have the victim machine download the reverse.elf file to the attacker to the victim machine, and then we can run it. So we've got the we're serving it now. We're going to go over to the web app, and in the web app, instead of command equals who am I, it's going to be command equals curl. So from here we can figure out which kind of what kind of software is available on the target. So we're using curl. We would like to use wget, but there's no wget on the target. That's because this is a Docker container, and Docker containers usually have very stripped out functionality. Most of the commands that you would expect on a regular Linux machine are usually absent from Docker containers. So we have to use whatever's there. So because curl is here, we're going to use curl to download the file. So it's going to be curl HTTP, our attacker machine IP address, and then reverse.elf. So the command looks like this. So Sliver says, I would brute force with SQL map, then password crack with John the Ripper. You could. If you manage to brute force with SQL map, and you were able to capture password hashes, then you could use John the Ripper to crack them. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we run the command, and then after the command is done, we can check the contents of the directory. Just a regular old lsla. And we need to check to see if the file was uploaded. So the reverse.elf file is here, but it's not executable, so we need to make it executable. So the next command we're going to run is chmod %2b x reverse.elf. So the reason why we need to use the %2b instead of the plus sign. Oh, I heard about Ozzy. Yeah, I heard about Ozzy. That is a shame. He was quite the character. So the reason why we have to do it like this is because it's a special character that most web apps don't know how to interpret, the plus sign. So we just need to do it like this. And then afterwards, we'll check to see if the file is now executable. So the file is now executable, so all we need to do is we need to execute it to get our reverse shell connection. So before we can get a reverse shell connection, we need to have a listener on our attacker machine. So I'm just going to run rlwrap and with netcat, and we're going to listen on port 443. This is going to listen for the reverse shell connection. So from here, we're going to go back to the web app, and we're just going to execute the reverse.elf file. So it's /reverse.elf, and we're going to see that the page is going to hang. It's not going to finish executing, and that's a good sign. If we go back to our shell over here, we see that we've received a connection. We ask, who am I? We are the www data user. So from here, what we would usually do is use Python to stabilize our shell. But if you take a look at what Python is installed, there's no Python installed on this box. So we need to use another program. So the other program we're going to use is called script. So we run script dev null -qc bin bash. And this is going to give us a little bit more functionality inside of our terminal. Okay, so from here, let's go ahead and call Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we broke in.
Hey there, everybody. It's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Walking CMS Administrator, it seems like you like to run vulnerable content management systems like WordPress. That normally isn't a big mistake, but you also have weak passwords, which is a big mistake. We used a tool like WP-Scan to brute force your password, and it was very easy to brute force. From there, we logged into the WordPress system and then injected malicious code into your theme files. And then we got a web shell, which we turned into a reverse shell. Maybe you knew about the security vulnerabilities on your system, or maybe decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so now we're in. So Stealthy Coder asks, what is our rlwrap for? So yeah, that's a good question. We ran rlwrap along with our netcat. And rlwrap is a little utility program that we can run with our shell programs in order to get additional functionality with the shell programs. So normally in your netcat shell, when you do a reverse shell connection like this, you're not able to do command history, but the rlwrap program will let you do command history, and sometimes you're not able to do moving around inside of the terminal lines like this, but the rlwrap program lets you do that as well. Gameboy says, wouldn't be surprised if I created the anonymous group. I did not. I did not create the anonymous group. Okay, Sliver says, my CPU is better than my GPU, so I can use John more efficiently than Hashcat. I mean, use whichever tool works the best for you. Sometimes Hashcat is the better tool for the job. Sometimes John the Ripper is the better tool for the job. Don't be married to tools. Don't be a big fanboy of one tool to the detriment of getting the job done. The most important thing is that you're able to do the job. Sometimes it's one tool, sometimes it's the other tool. Sever says, I'll be back in an hour watching movie midway to ask you some hacking questions. No worries, no worries. Thank you. Okay, let's continue. So from here, what we need to do is we need to do privilege escalation. So privilege escalation means going from our current user, www.data, to the super user, which is the root user. So how will we do that? So on this system, there are a lot of different ways we could do privilege escalation. One of the most common is to take a look and see if we can run any sudo commands. But there's no sudo on this system. It's because it's a Docker system, and most Docker systems are stripped out, which means that they only use the bare minimum of commands on the Linux system. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to look for SUID binaries, and SUID binaries are commands that run with elevated privileges. So in this case, there's a bunch of regular SUID binaries here, but there's one unusual one. Cyber says, no, John, is better if you have a better CPU, and it would be faster and work better if you use John, since it's more CPU hungry. But I do like Hashcat more, to be honest. So if we wanted to understand which one of these SUID binaries is unusual, we could just ask the AI. It's a pretty good use of the AI, because if you don't have an eye for this, you usually wouldn't be able to identify which SUID binary is vulnerable. So if we go over to, I don't know, say Claude, and ask, are any of these SUID binaries unusual? And then paste in the list. Okay, looking at your SUID binaries, one stands out as unusual. So it's identified this one over here, the user bin env. So the env binary should not normally have the SUID bit set. This is a significant security concern because env is used to run commands with modified environment variables. With SUID, it could allow privilege escalation to root. It's commonly hacked. This would give you a root shell. So this is often intentionally placed by attackers or set for CTF challenges. So the rest are normal SUID binaries. So these are normal ones. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about this. Oreobyte says, WordPress time. WordPress time indeed, yeah. Welcome to the stream, Oreobyte. How have you been? How was your weekend? Okay, privilege escalation, SUID env. So after searching for SUID binaries on the system, we find that the env binary is set to SUID, which means that it always executes in the context of its file owner, which is root, which is the super user. I'm just doing a little demonstration for this box over here, Oreobyte. We should be finished in about 20 minutes or so. It's probably not going to take that long. Okay, so the env binary is used to run other programs with specific environment variables. So if you want to run a command with a specific environment variable, use the env command. But for privilege escalation purposes, the most important part of the env command is that we can run other commands with it. So in this case, we could run an sh shell or a bash shell. So if we run this command over here, env bin sh or bin bash with the -p, we would be able to get root access. Okay, so over here, we're just going to run env /bin bash -p, and then we become the root user.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we've just become the root user, so we're very close to finishing the exercise. So normally in these types of CTF box scenarios, you would move into the root directory and then capture the root flag. But there's no root flag here because this is a Dockerlabs machine, and Dockerlabs machines don't usually have flags. So what we're going to do instead is we're just going to move into the web directory, and we're going to do some web page defacement. Web page defacement is basically vandalizing a web page to let people know that you've hacked it. So we're just going to upload a couple of files to the target, and then we're going to change the web page. So I think we can move into the downloads directory. I think I've got my files over here. Okay, so I'm just going to create my little index.html page over here, and okay. So we're gonna leave a little message for the web administrators. So I'm gonna say, "Hello, walking CMS admins. We are the HackerFrogs, and we just hacked you. Let's see. Your WordPress users were very easy to brute force, and we got their credentials, which we used to modify the theme files on WordPress for code execution. And we use that to get system access to the server. You also left a vulnerable SUID binary for us to abuse, which was the env binary. Don't make that one SUID, please. Better luck next time. And thanks for the access. Sincerely, the Shy Hat. The date is July, what is the date today? 23rd, 2025. We're going to save that out, and then we're going to upload this to the target. So Python, we're going to serve that. We're going to upload it over here. So curl o http our IP address index.html. Okay, and then we're also going to upload our HackerFrogs logo. So hflogo.png. Okay, cool. So all we need to do now is just go over to the web page and go back to the landing page. Okay, done. Okay, hello walking CMS admins. We are the HackerFrogs, and we just hacked you. Your WordPress users were very easy to brute force, and we got their credentials, which we used to modify the theme files on WordPress for code execution, and we used that to get system access to the server. You left a vulnerable SUID binary for us to abuse, which was the env binary. Don't make that one SUID, please. Better luck next time, and thanks for the access. Sincerely, the Shy Hat. July 23rd, 2025. Okay, done. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Walking CMS box from Dockerlabs. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so that was that was the Walking CMS box. So if you have any questions about any of the stuff that we did during this demonstration, let us know. Especially, let's see, WP Scan is a very powerful piece of software for scanning against WordPress sites. So very oftentimes, if somebody's running a blog, they're usually going to be running WordPress because WordPress is the most common CMS in the world. but yeah, so usually when you run WP Scan, let's see, you can enumerate all sorts of things, and it can usually give you a lot of insight to the application. Sometimes you can find vulnerable themes or vulnerable plugins that the system is using, and sometimes you can directly hack those. Okay, so Defa says, place the WordPress behind a PHP login page you want to create now. Wait, what? Hold on. Place the WordPress behind a PHP login page you want to create now. I mean, I guess that would be really fun. I think I think what we could do is we could after I learn more about PHP, we could try doing that. Cybernerd Dante says hack all the stuffs, of course. And let's see, time to do red challenges. I mean, I don't know if we especially need to do red challenges right now, but what we're going to do is we're going to do some development stuff. So if you have any questions about the stuff that we did in the demonstration, that's fine. But we're going to be moving on to the next part of today's stream. So in the next part of today's stream, we're going to be doing our app development stuff. So we're going to be doing some PHP web development, because PHP is really fun. One question: how can I make Docker challenges? So Game Boy, you want to create Docker challenges, or do you want to deploy Docker challenges? Are you asking about creating Docker containers? I mean, there are probably a lot of tutorials out there for how to make Docker containers. How to create custom Docker containers. This isn't something I've really looked into too much myself, but it should be, yeah, building a Docker image. I mean, I can give you this link over here. Is there good info? I'm not too sure, but if it's the first thing that comes up when you search Google, it should be okay. So along with this this type of article over here is going to help you out. You can also supplement this by asking the AI for specific questions. But basically what you want to do is you want to find a Docker container that already exists that's kind of the environment that you want to start with, and then from there you can start modifying the files and then save that out to a separate container. Okay, so what are we doing now? So what we want to do is we want to start doing some development. So that means we need to modify. Hold on, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so I'll run them on YouTube. And let's put on some birds, because we love watching the birds while we take our little breaks. So we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Enjoy the birds and the music, and yeah, we'll be back in 60 seconds. Thank you, GX000, for redeeming the Budweiser frogs. That's kind of your redeemed. Yeah, it's kind of become your redeem, hasn't it? Okay, so we're just gonna relax for another 30 seconds or so while everybody else is watching ads. It is yours, of course. And then we're gonna start doing some web page development. So the reason why we're trying to learn about web page development is because Because it'll better let us understand web applications, and then we can better understand how the security works. Okay, let's put the birds away. So for these web pages here, we're going to be putting them in the var www.html directory over here, because that is the default directory where we serve our web pages. 1001 Agency, hello, hello, nice to see you here. And welcome to the stream. Just give you a Nyan Cat. It's the first one of the stream. So when we want to serve our web page, and we're going to be serving it to the local host, not to the internet, what we want to do is we want to start up our MySQL service, and we also want to start up our Apache 2 service. This is going to start up the database as well as the web server software. Oh, okay. I think the reason why this doesn't work is because we've already got the Python HTTP server that is working. So we just turn off the Python HTTP server, and then what are we doing? Systemctl. We're going to activate. We're going to start up Apache 2. A lot of thanks. I scanned a website for all possible URLs. I hope this was an exercise and not some random website that belongs to somebody else. Okay, so we've got these two services running now, which means we can serve our website. So we were following a specific. Okay, not this. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna put an hour on the clock. And we're going to be working on our web app development stuff for about an hour or so, and then afterwards we're going to move on to our free hacking portion. Okay, so let's see. No, not the Docker container. So we've been following a couple of tutorials to create these web pages. If you're interested in seeing, or about to ask, what is the free hacking part? So the free hacking part for today is we're going to be doing some PicoCTF web app challenges. So they're basically web app challenges that we haven't finished over at PicoCTF. We're going to find one. We're going to try solving it live. So we're going to be trying to create a registration system with PHP and MySQL, and we already have the site over here on localhost. So we'll go to localhost index.php, and this is just a little login form that we created here. We've done this over the last 2 weeks, so this is the third time we've been doing this web development stuff. So we created a user called test and test that lets us log into the system. So on the HackerFrogs website over here, we got a couple of different things that we coded. We coded a little profile page here, and this gives us some information. We can also log out. So the important thing about the logout function is that it redirects you back to the home page. And what we're trying to do right now is we're trying to create the registration page. So yeah, the registration page isn't ready yet, so it doesn't really go anywhere. So we're going to be creating that. We're going to be following the tutorial, and we're going to be figuring out how this works inside of PHP. Okay, so let's go ahead and read. So let's see. So usually here it recommends that we use XAMPP or XAMPP to host the website, but we're just going to be using our Kali Linux Apache 2 server instead. Okay, so we don't need to do this. We need to create the registration form design. So we created a page called register.php, which is going to be the registration form, And let's just check over here in... Let me make a new little tab. I'll call it... We'll call it Web Dev. Okay, 1001 agency says, I got 403 and 406 errors to be retrieved URLs in a test website. Even though I got to the admin login page, the question is, how do you get access to the files even with those errors? So if you're talking about the admin login page, which error code did you receive? And I hope you're not. I hope you're doing something on Hack the Box or Try Hack Me and not hacking somebody's random page. Okay, so we got, let's see, register.php over here, and I'm not too sure what the contents are, so let me go ahead and read that out. Okay, so we got something here already. We need to start sessions. We should always initialize sessions using the below function, session start. Okay, so we're just going to start editing this this page. So we're just going to, I guess we can call this register.php. MC25 says means you need to log in and have the right permissions. So usually, yeah, 403 is going to be forbidden, which means you don't have the permissions. You don't have the correct permissions to access the pages. So usually that means you need to have a specific cookie in order to access those pages. So this is unwritable, which means we need to run sudo. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look here. I think we've already pasted in this first part, so we can just skip this part. So if you navigate to the registration page, register.php, our registration form should resemble the following. Does it? Oh, register.php. Okay. The reason why it redirected us to the homepage is because we are logged in. So if we're logged in when we try to register, then it redirects us to the login page. So we can just click on register. Oh, this is the register. Yeah, this is the registration page. Never mind. Okay. Camerex says, I like cookies. Yeah, of course. MC25, and make sure you follow the scope and the rate limits. Okay, so we've got our login form over here. I don't think it's complete yet. Let's take a look at the tutorial. So we've already gotten past the part where we edited the CSS, the style.css file. So we just need to move on to the next part after this. Okay, so let's narrow down the form so we can get a better understanding of what's going on. So form. So we need to use both the action and the post attributes. The action attribute will be set to the registration file. When the form is submitted, the form data will be sent to the registration file for processing. The method attribute is set to post, which will enable us to process the form data using the post request method. Input text, password, email. We want to name our form fields so that the server can recognize them. So if we set the value of the attribute name to the username, then we can use the post variable of our registration file to get the data like this. So post username. So whatever is sent in the post request with the username parameter, that's going to be set to the form username. So input, submit. On click, the form data will be sent to our registration page for processing. So that's basically all we need to do on the client side. So 1001 agency says, admin page is okay with no error, but the other pages are mostly errors. My mission is to have a specific file, and not hack the full website. So now I will just get to the database and get the file. So 1001 agency, what exercise are you doing right now? Are you doing a specific room from Try Hack Me or Hack the Box, or are you doing something else? Okay, so creating the database and setting up tables. So let's see. So you can use your own database, but for this tutorial we'll use PHP login. PHP login, so what you need now is an accounts table that will store our accounts, usernames, passwords, and emails. So click on the database on the left side panel to execute the following statement. So I think we've already created an accounts table inside of our HackerFrogs database. So let me log into PHP. Sorry, let me log into MySQL. So we'll just call this one MySQL, and we'll do sudo MySQL, and then we'll log in as the root user. And no password. Okay, so show databases. So there's the HackerFrog app, which is the one that we're using right now. So we're just going to do use HackerFrog app, and then show tables. So we got accounts and we got users. I think accounts is the table that we're supposed to be using when we're following the tutorial here. So show, actually no, select star from accounts. So this will get all the table information for us. So we just have one user called test, and we got this password hash, we got our email, and we got our registration date over here. Okay, that's good. 1001 Agency says something else is a pen test to see how strong the website is. Okay. Okay, I really hope what you're doing is legal, because, okay, so, yeah, I think that part is done. Username, ID, username, password, email, and registered. So we've created this stuff already. So we don't need to do it again. Stealth Decoder says, probably hacking a random website. I really hope you're not hacking a random website, because that would not be good. Okay, so registering users with my PHP and MySQL. We need to create a registration file that will process the form fields, check for basic validation, and insert the new accounts into our database. The registration page will require a connection to our database, and therefore we must include the necessary variables and SQL functions. Edit the register process.php file. So this is a new file. So register.php is this, and I think we don't need this this tab anymore. Let's just exit. So we haven't created this register process.php file yet, so let's just create it now. Sudo, what is it called? Register process? Register dash process. Oh, sudo nano. Yeah. Okay, so we just need to do some copy paste here. Copy that, and I think we'll change up the music a little bit. Okay, so over here we've copied the PHP code. We'll give the PHP code a little once over before we save this out. Okay, so it's PHP, and it looks like there's no closing tag for the PHP. So I guess we need to add something here later. So the database name, we need to change this because the name is not the same. I think we called this one HackerFrog app. HackerFrog app, like this. Okay, so database host, local host, database user root, database password none, database name HackerFrog app. Try and connect using the info above. So connect equals MySQL connect, database host, database user, database pass, database name. Check for connection errors. So does it just I don't see us using this variable anywhere yet. So I guess there's some extra code we need to paste in next. Last time you gave me 2 cools to get files from the website. Now I'm freezing. Freezing? Yeah, I'm gonna trust you for now when you say that you're not doing anything illegal. I really hope you're not. Okay, so this will handle the database connection with the provided variables. Don't forget to update the MySQL variables if your MySQL credentials do not reflect these. Okay, we can add basic validation to ensure that the user has entered all their details and to check for empty variables. So I guess we're going to add this. Okay, so we're going to add this part here. So we can utilize the isSet function to check if the form has been submitted. So if isSet post username, post password, post email. So if the user doesn't submit this stuff in their post request, then please complete the registration form. This is the error that we're going to give. Okay, and what's next? So make sure that submitted registration values are not empty. So empty, if empty post username or empty post password or empty post email, one or more values are empty, please complete the registration form. Okay, good. Okay, so let's move on. We can check this by selecting a record from our accounts table and with the same username that the user has provided. And then after, we got more stuff we're going to be sending to this, what is it, register data? Register process.php. Let me rename this tab. Register process. Okay, so we're just going to add this new code to the bottom here, and then we're going to inspect it. Thank you very much, Mitchell, for subscribing on YouTube. You're now HackerFrog. Let me give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get
Okay, Cameron says Showdown or Census will be a good spot to find info. What kind of info are you looking for? Slever says, "Oh, what movie did you watch, Slevers? Let me know." So what are we doing right now? So we're just doing some web development stuff. We're coding a little application, a PHP application, and we're following this tutorial. So the reason why we're learning about web development is because if you understand web development, then it's going to be a lot easier to hack web pages because you understand how they're built. So a lot of hacking is about understanding the systems that you're dealing with, and we encounter a lot of PHP. So that's why we're dealing with PHP stuff. Okay, so let's go over the code over here. Okay, so check if the username already exists. If statement equals connect prepare, select ID password from accounts where username equals something, bind parameters, S for string, I for int, B for blob, etc. Statement bind parameter S post username execute. So this is to make the code secure against SQL injection. Cameric says it's public info and playing with IoT stuff is a fun place to start. Oh, I know how to code in Java, Python, CSS, and HTML. Okay. But yeah, I mean, if you know how to develop the applications, then breaking them is going to be a lot easier because you understand what goes into building the applications. But yeah, so these are all prepared statements. They're going to make the input safe from SQL injection. So store the results so we can check if the account exists in the database. So statement store result, check if the account exists. Statement equals number of rows greater than 0. Okay, so if we check the username and it returns 1 row or more, it says username already exists, please choose another. Okay, or else insert new account. We don't have the code for insert new account yet. Close the statement. Statement close, else something is wrong with the SQL statement. Make sure the accounts tables exist with all 3 whatever's. Could not prepare a statement. Else close the connection. So this is, I think there's one more thing we need to do before we can finish out and save this page. Okay, so we've already done this, and then after, check if the username already exists. Have we already copied this? Yeah, I think we've already copied this. The code above will make sure that the captured username doesn't already exist in our accounts table. If it does exist, we can proceed to insert the new account into our database. So replace this part of the code with this. Okay, so we're just going to copy the code and then we're going to look it over. Stealthy Coder says, Sever says, so what type of SQL injection is this? So the default application here is not going to be vulnerable to SQL injection, but we can play with it later. So after we create the secure version of the app, we can go back in and then we can modify the code to make it vulnerable to SQL injection. So that's the first step, is to create a secure app that is not vulnerable to SQL injection first. Stealthy Coder says, what do you think about having a HackerFrogs group for live CTF? Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in creating a HackerFrogs live CTF group. The first thing I need to do is I need to create a little Discord group for HackerFrogs. That's probably going to come up in about a week or so. I'm in the process of setting up the HackerFrogs Discord server right now. Okay, so we got our code. Let's copy it. Let's go back and insert new account. We're going to paste in our code here. Oops. I'm going to paste in the code here. Okay, this looks kind of messy. Oh, what is this? So registered if else password So how many do we need to indent for this? So like that. Okay, so I just want to make sure everything's echo and then else. Okay, so 1000. Okay, let me catch up with chat. Sever says, I thought you said it's SQL injection. No, I mean, no. This, the application we're coding right now does not have SQL injection. But I was just pointing out earlier that the way we're coding it makes it, protects it against SQL injection. Sever says, nice, will it come with spyware too? I mean, we could probably add that to something in the future, but not right now. 1001 Agency says, did you hear about the latest virtual machine vulnerability? A way hackers could be admins in the host using hardware access to inject code into the communication command. I'm not too sure. What website did you get that from, 1001 Agency? Okay, so Let me just figure out. Else something is wrong with the SQL statement. So we'll put this. Okay, so I hope that the spacing is correct. Otherwise, I'm going to be very sad. Okay, let's take a look at the so insert new account. So this is the part of the code which creates the new account. Cameric says it was in the last pwn to own contest. They ended up dropping 4 days for VMware. That's crazy. But I mean, I heard there was no pwn to own event at the latest. What was the convention that usually has that? Is it called like CanSec West, right? CanSec West is the convention with pwn to own. Yeah, CanSec West is usually the convention with pwn to own, where they drop this kind of stuff. So pwn to own 2025. Pwn to own 2025. The world's largest zero-day vulnerability discovery contest, focused on connected cars and software-defined vehicles. I've never heard it referred to like that. Can you post the link here? Well, yeah, sure. I can get you that. I can get you this one. Pwn to own automotive 2025. Pwn to own hacking competition 2025 review. Huh, this was pretty early on in the year. But anyways, let's. I can't get too sidetracked. I need to keep developing the application. Oreobyte asks, "Are you going to DEF CON?" I don't think I'll be going to DEF CON this year. It's maybe after I grow the channel more, and maybe we can do, after the channel is sufficiently large, we could do like a DEF CON meetup for HackerFrogs. So low level YouTube channel posted the video. Oh, really? Maybe we can look that up really quick. Let me do it in a separate window. Just a second, everybody. There's a pwn to own in Berlin this year already. Really? I didn't know. I thought there was only one pwn to own event. Okay, so I think I've seen that one. So low level TV. Let me take a look at low level TV's videos. Yeah, okay. There we go. There we go. Okay, I've got the link. So this is the YouTube link for low level TV's video on the VMware. No, actually, wait. It's VirtualBox. VirtualBox container escape. Okay, let's get back to coding this application. Okay, let's look this over. So registered equals the date. So year, month, date, hours, something, seconds. We do not want to expose passwords in our database. So hash the password and use the password hash. Okay. To verify if the user logs in. So password equals password hash of the posted password, password default. Password default, I'm not too sure what this part of the code does. Username does not exist, insert into account. So if statement, connection, prepare, insert into accounts, username, password, email, registered. Values are going to be four values. We don't know what the values are. Okay, so bind post data to the prepared statement. So statement, bind parameter, string, 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 string. Are these all strings? So username is a string, email is a string. Registration date is a string, I guess. And yeah, so I guess these are all strings. So username string, password, email, registration date, these are all strings. Statement execute, okay. Output success message, you have successfully registered, you can now log in. So if this code works, then we can just write the code out. Defus says, oh no, Slever says, I hate it when people think I will hack the school grade system for $50. I don't have the, yeah, to hack without permission. I mean, $50 is not very much money. If they offered you a lot more, then, well, I mean, listen. No, don't do anything illegal. Don't do anything illegal, even if they pay you a lot of money, because we don't endorse cybercrime here. Okay, Diva says these Pondone hacks are crazy. It's magic. Can't imagine how much dedication it takes to reach that level. I mean, if you become a specialist, then you might be able to do the same thing. It's not something I can do, for instance. Camrex says the Jones. The Jones? I'm not too sure what you're talking. Oh, right, the Honez. The Honez. Yeah. You're right. That's what we're talking about. Okay, so what are we doing here? So we wrote out the page. I think we can register now. So we're just going to go back to the registry, and we're going to put in a username. So how about the Shy Hat? The email is going to be, I don't know, the Shy Hat at HackerFrogs.com. The password, let's just do HackerFrogs. Okay, and we're going to register. Let's see if this works. Okay, you have successfully registered. You can now log in. So this is the response we get from registerprocess.php. You know, we should probably redirect back to the login page after this. But yeah, let's go back to the landing page. Oh, we need to specify index.php. Okay, so we'll log in as our newly created user. So it's the Shy Hat, and password is HackerFrogs. Okay, so we created a user. Great. So we got a home page, we got a profile, and we can log out. That's awesome. Okay, great. Let's so what's next? So this code will insert a new account into our accounts table. So remember, in our login system, we implemented the password verify function. As you can see in the code above, we're leveraging the password hash function that will encrypt the user's password using a one-way algorithm. It will help prevent your user's passwords from being exposed if somehow your database becomes vulnerable. Okay, so that's basically all we need to do register accounts on our website. Validating form data. So we already have basic validation in our PHP script, but what if we want to check if the email is actually an email, or if the username and password should contain a certain number of characters? We can do so with the code below. Add them to the register process.php file before the following line. Okay. So this is the line here. We got our email validation. So the below snippet will make sure that the captured value, input value, is an actual email address. Okay. And invalid character validation. The snippet below will only accept alphabetical and numerical characters. Here. And character check length. The below snippet will enforce the password field to between 5 and 20 characters long. So making sure that the password is under a certain length is actually a pretty good practice. Otherwise, you can have people creating really, really long passwords in somewhere in the 100 characters or maybe 1,000 characters, this is not what you want. You should always implement your own validation, as these are just basic validation techniques. Okay, so let's go ahead and implement these validation techniques. So if statement something something, let's add these code snippets. So this is going to be added to register process. So what line are we looking for? If statement con prepare. Ah, okay. Let me double check that. Select ID password. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to put in our new code snippets over here. So this is the first code snippet that that validates the email to make sure it is the valid email format. Okay, and the next snippet is going to do what? It's going to accept only alphanumeric characters. So must be alphanumeric. Great. Let's copy that. Let's paste that in. So if preg match something something. So it's only going to accept these characters over here, so it's just alphabetic characters and numerical characters. I guess we're going to be omitting all of the special characters. So otherwise it's going to give an error. And the last one is going to be checking what? Character length. So enforce the password field between 5 and 20 characters. Okay, so let's copy that. Paste in the snippet. Okay, so let's write this out and then let's test it to see it works. To see if it works. So over on our registration page, where is it? Here. Okay, so this is the registration page here. So the username, I mean, it could be any username. 1001 Agency says, I saw a short that uses Nmap to identify any application that connects into a website without any password. Identify any databases, select and connect to that database, and then capture the flag. Is that okay? So I saw a short which uses Nmap to identify any applications. You know, if you could send me the short, then maybe I could take a look at it and see if it's see what you're describing here. Because if you're, I'm not too sure if this is something Nmap can do. Hey, Monkey Man! Hello, nice to see you here. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
So the first thing we need to do is we need to, I don't know, let's do random username. The email, we're not gonna do a valid email address over here, and for the password we're just gonna do random. If we tried this, it should be rejected because the email is not in the email format. Please enter an email address. So that is fine, okay? And so we'll just go random@random.com, and that should be okay. So for the password, we're going to do a very, very short password. Just PA, and then when we try to register, it'll give us an error message. Password must be between 5 and 20 characters long. So that part does work. Okay. And the last thing we want to do is we want to make sure that, was it the username or the password that has to be alphanumeric? Okay, so it's looking for the username with only alphanumeric characters here. Cameric says, I don't think Nmap has that functionality, but Nmap can be called via scripts into something that would scrape that kind of output. Okay, so hack a server in 60 seconds, Redeemer on HTB. Oh, let me look that up. So they're doing a hack the box machine called Redeemer. Okay, so let's watch the short. Okay, we got YouTube. So I don't want to get tagged by YouTube. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run the YouTube video, but I'm not going to play the sound. Okay, so ping TV, so we did a ping and then what? Okay. So what are they doing? They're pinging the system. How do we get rid of these captions? I mean, they're just connecting to... They're not using Nmap. They're using a different program. So I've done this machine. They do use Nmap to scan the target, but it's not Nmap that they're using to interact with the target. They're using something like Redis CLI because they're interacting with a NoSQL database called Redis. So they're not actually using Nmap to interact with the thing. So, I mean, they're not... Yeah, so that's the answer. Oh, you know what? If you're interested in taking a look at my video for this, I'll leave the link for the YouTube video for my own one. Hold on, let me search this. Redeemer? Yeah, it was in starting point. So this is Tier 0 Redeemer. I've got a 13-minute long video on this, if you want to take a look. There you go. Redis CLI for Redis. Particle to do. Hello, nice to see you here. It's been a while. No worries about the caps lock. I understand your message. And you know what? Let's give you a keyboard cat. Welcome back, Particle to do. Okay, so let's go back. We were trying to figure out if we could, if the code that we wrote is working okay. So for the username, I'm just going to put a bunch of special characters, and it should reject me because they're checking to see if the username contains only alphanumeric characters. So test@test.com. Actually, how about random@test.com? And the password, we'll make it test1. Okay, it says username is not valid. So this does work, which means that the protections are working, or the validation is working. Okay, good. So validating form data, we just did all this stuff. Okay, implementing account activation. The account activation system will send an email to the user with an activation link when the user is registered. So the first thing we need to do is to navigate to phpMyAdmin to select. So we're going to skip this because account activation requires us to access email, and that's a bit of a pain in the butt. So we're just going to skip this part. And we also have to create an activate.php file. Okay, additional tips and resources. Further increase security with our tips and resources below. Always use HTML special characters function to escape user input. Place the connection details into a single file that's outside of the web root directory to further increase security. So I think the next part we want to do for our web application here is we want to implement some sort of file upload capability, because then if we can create a page that lets us upload files, then we can potentially test against file upload vulnerabilities. So one interesting thing is that if you take a look at the GitHub projects for DVWA, the darn vulnerable web application, you can take a look at what they you can take a look at the code for the web pages inside of the darn vulnerable web application. So we could probably use this as a base for creating our own upload form. So 1001 Agency says, low-level channel said, C language is the best to do anything you want, especially communicating with hardware. It is 100% correct. And what's the best use cases for Python 2? I mean, the low-level TV channel might be a little bit biased because they really like reverse engineering and binary hacking. But I mean, I think C is a pretty cool language. If you're learning about binary hacking or reverse engineering, C is a pretty good language to learn, because when you're debugging software and when you're taking a look at the software, at the code inside of decompiler like Ghidra or IDA Pro, it's going to decompile into C pseudocode, which means that you Cameric says, I like Python to communicate with hardware. I mean, use your favorite language for sure. Okay, so if we go to DVWA, I wonder if this website has a tutorial for setting up an upload page, because we've kind of completed this part of the application here. So if we look for PHP file upload function tutorial, I wonder what comes up. Okay, PHP file uploads, PHP file upload. So we got W3 schools. So I like W3 schools. I think if you want to learn about any programming language from scratch, this is a pretty good website for learning any programming language you want to. It's got a lot of interactivity, and that's something I'm really interested in, or that's something that's very, very good for learning. Billy Goat Gruff, are you building an application? Yeah, we're building a very basic application over here, because we want to learn more about security. So we built a little login page, and we built a registration function, and we're just learning how to develop web apps, because we want to test security on web apps. Okay, so with PHP it's very easy to upload files to the server. However, with ease comes danger, so always be careful when allowing the file uploads. Configure the php.ini file. In your php.ini file, you search for the file uploads directive, set it to on. php.ini. So I'm actually interested, because I don't know exactly where. Let's shut down this Docker container. Okay, let's figure out where the php.ini file is located. So locate php.ini. So which one are we using? So is it the one inside the Apache 2 directory? And which version of PHP are we using in the first place? Actually, we would do PHP tac version. Okay, so the PHP version is 8.4.8. So this is the php.ini file that we wanted to modify in this case. So we're just going to quickly take a look. And we need to switch file uploads to on. Where does it say we're supposed to edit this? Search for file uploads directive, set it to on. File uploads equals on. How do we search inside of here? What is it called? Underscore uploads. Okay, underscore uploads. Here it is. So file uploads is already switched on. 1001 Agency says, can I combine C with a low-level language like assembly? Yeah, I mean, if you want to learn about reverse engineering or binary hacking, you would usually combine. You'd usually learn about assembly and C because the two kind of go together very. The two go together very, very well. So you would code in C, and then you would be able to take a look inside of inside of a debugger or a disassembler, and you would see the assembly language instructions inside after you've compiled it. Okay, so this is fine. We don't need to modify this then. And what else? So create the HTML form. Create an HTML form that allows users to choose the image that they want to upload. Okay, and I guess we would put this on the profile.php page. The DBG, right? So you could use GNU debugger or something else, depending on if you're looking at Linux or Windows stuff. Okay, so it's some rules to follow for the HTML form below. Make sure that the form uses method post. The form also needs the following attribute in enc-type multi-part form data. It specifies which content type to use when submitting the form. Without the requirements above, the file upload will not work. Other things to notice. Okay. So the above sends data to a file called upload.php, which we'll create next. I guess we'll create the upload.php file first. So we're kind of Frankensteining an application here. But you know what? As long as we're having fun, it's okay. So upload.php. I think we're done with this. We're going to save this out. And we're going to sudo nano. MC25, can't wait till we try to hack our app. I think that'll come a little bit later, but we will be hacking against the app after we finish it. So is it upload or uploads? So upload. Upload.php. Okay. How about adding an extensions add block? Maybe. Okay, so what's in the PHP code here? So target directory uploads, target file equals target directory, and then add base name, and then files, file to upload name. Upload OK equals true, image file type, string to lower path, target file path info dot extension underscore extension. Mangwan Tumas? Mangwan Tumas. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. Let me know how to pronounce that. Thank you very much, Mangwan Tumas. Let's give you a fun little video redeem. You're now HackerFrog. How about some keyboard cat? Okay, so how does this check? So it checks by MIME type. So the MIME type we can spoof this. Plus dot. File is an image. File is not an image. Okay. So get image size. I mean, I guess we should probably also limit the upload size. Gameboy says, I mean, when he opens Firefox on Kali Linux, it has many ads. Ads. Are you talking about add-ons? Okay, so, Okay, so I guess we can just, we can write this out. Upload.php. Rename this. And I guess we also have to create the uploads directory. So let's go back. So we need to make the directory uploads. Slever says, I'm going to sleep now. Thanks for the teaching session. No problem, Slevers. I hope you learned a lot. We'll see you next time. Okay, so we should have the uploads directory here. This is all stuff that's owned by root, so we need to use sufficient access to create these files. What else? Okay, let's see. Check if the image file is an actual image or a fake image. You need to create a new directory called uploads in the directory where upload.php file resides. The uploaded files will be saved there. Check if the file already exists. We can add some restrictions. Check if the file already exists in the uploads folder, and if it does, an error message is displayed, and upload OK is set to 0. So if file exists, target file, echo sorry, file already exists, upload 0. Okay, so where do we add this code? Hold on. If file exists, so I think we insert this code right here. Before if. Yeah, before if? Well, I mean, it's all going to be in the same code block, right? Let's delete this. I think this needs to be... Okay, let's write this out. Okay, next. Limit file size. So the file input field in our HTML form is named file to upload. We want to check the size of the file. So if the file is larger than 500 kilobytes, an error message is displayed and upload OK is set to 0. So we got more of this stuff. Kurdish fella, hello, nice to see you here. I didn't see you earlier, but thank you very much for... What kind of emote is that? Illis Dancing, thank you very much. And welcome to the stream. I think I've seen your name before. Okay, so let's give you some Hack the Planet. Welcome in.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so we're just going to take a little break right now because we got ads running on Twitch. Let's go ahead and put on this lovely woodpecker here. And yeah, we'll be back in about 40 seconds. Just have to have a little water break. Okay, ad break should be ending very, very soon. 1001 Agency says, by the way, Brave browser has some serious protection as it doesn't allow some types of injection to execute. Really? I mean, are you talking about malicious stuff from the server side, or are you talking about stuff from the client side? Those are two kind of different things. Okay, limit file size. We're kind of running out of time right now. That's okay. We might come back to this. We might come back to this tutorial next time, because well, we want to continue on creating our application here, and then eventually we want to start hacking against it. But yeah, we're going to be continuing on next Wednesday, and we're going to be doing more web app development stuff. So if you're interested in this tutorial, this is the place you take a look at that. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and set up for the last activity of the day. So the last activity we're doing today is we're going to be doing some PicoCTF. So PicoCTF is one of my favorite platforms to do hacking education. And we're going to be taking a look at some of the web app challenges over there. And I guess at the same time we can change the topic, because our last topic is PicoCTF web app stuff. 1001 Agency says, I don't remember exactly, but it's sort of a code execution that didn't pass through. I mean, I'm not completely sure about that, because I don't use Firefox too often. I only use Firefox when I'm using Kali Linux, basically. But yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and put an hour. We'll put an hour on the clock. We're probably going to take more than 1 hour while we do this. Maybe we're going to do like 2 hours. But what are we doing now? So we're just going to be doing some. We're going to be doing some challenges. So these are the web app hacking challenges over at PicoCTF. If you don't have an account, you can easily make one by going to this website right over here. It's Austin247. Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. You got here just in time for the web app challenges. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Okay, so yeah, so we've solved a lot of these web app challenges. Let's make this a little smaller over here. So these grayed out web app challenges, we've done most of these. We just need to find some of the challenges we can solve today. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. It's Austin247. Thank you. So let's eventually what we want to do is we want to solve all of these, but some of the really hard challenges, well, I mean, I'm okay at web app stuff, but eventually these are going to become very, very difficult. What is an Irish name repo? This sounds like it has something to do with GitHub. I'm actually interested to take a look at this. Okay. Don't use a browser, we can always use the terminal. So this is the challenge we're looking at right now. We might start with this one. I'm not too sure what kind of vulnerability this might be. So Irish name repo 1. We'll try out the first one. There's a website running here or here. Do you think you can log us in? Try to see if you can log in. Okay, so everybody, you can do this challenge yourself. This is the link. Yes, Austin says, a little bit about me. I use Windows all my life, but then I switched to Mac OS. Okay. I mean, did you find switching to Mac OS easy or difficult, since you said you used Windows all your life? Okay, so we're gonna go over to the website. List the Irish. Okay, are these Irish people? Are these famous people? I think these are famous people. Because I remember this guy from Game of Thrones. Okay. So what do they want us to do in this challenge? Very, very easy. Very easy to switch over to Mac OS. Well, that's good to hear. Okay, so it's a web app hacking challenge. We need to... Do you think you can log us in Try to see if you can log in. Okay, well, where's the login page? So close menu, support, admin login. So there's an admin login page here. Aiden Gillian. I was on Game of Thrones. Yup, I saw that. Okay, so what is on the web page here? So there's an action that goes to login.php with the post method, username, password, and I mean, it doesn't tell us too much. We can go to login.php and it just says login failed. Okay. So the reason why it failed is probably because this is supposed to be a post request and we did a get request. So username, I don't know, admin, password. Okay, login failed. So this was an actual post request. I guess we could try to log in as the list of names here, because we've got a big. What's in the support? Cannot add name. I tried adding my favorite Irish person, Conan O'Brien, but I get something called an SQL error. Okay, that's because Conan O'Brien is American. Ha ha ha. Why is this site so trash? Can you help me find my parents? I think they were Irish. Anna. No admin. Why is this site so trash? Yo, this site looks so bad, lol. Jimmy McTrollface. I am just one man, says admin. Okay, so this was, I mean, I guess this is an SQL injection. So if we just do single quote, what happens here? So we don't get a message. So the login page doesn't send back anything. How about we do or 1 equals 1 and then quote everything out. So this is the classic SQL injection bypass. And it worked. Okay. Great. That was easy. I guess we can submit this flag. Irish name repo 1. Okay, so do you think you can log us in? See if you can log in. The hints over here. There doesn't seem to be many ways to interact with this. I wonder if the users are kept in a database. Okay, so try to think about how the website verifies your login. Check the support pages. So, I mean, we can go back, sure. Yeah. I saw this one. I get something called an SQL error. So I tried adding my favorite Irish person. Okay, so can you actually add people to this list? So these are all, I mean, you can't really page over. Yeah, there's not very much you can do. Okay. Cool. So I think everything in this series is going to be more SQL injections. So we might step away from this and we'll try another challenge, because I don't want to do SQL injections all night. But you know what we can do? We can do a little write-up, because we love doing write-ups over here. This is for PicoCTF 2019. And remember, everybody, if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So let's go ahead and make our write-up for PicoCTF 2019. In the web app category, and this was Irish name repo 1.md. It's Austin 247 says, why would they make that page? This is not even a challenge. I mean, that's not. Everybody has to start somewhere, and just because it's an easy SQL injection vulnerability, I mean, it doesn't mean that it shouldn't exist. But what's it called? Irish name repo 1. Okay. So let's do our little write-up. I guess we can give a URL for the challenge. It's going to be this one. And the concept. What is the concept in this case? So the concept is SQL injection. And this one is the SQL login bypass technique. Okay, so the method of solve. So what do we write about this? Let's make this a little smaller. Okay, so in this challenge, there is a login page on the app. In my opinion, people should remove this all. Challenge today is not it's not 1998 or 2000s. What do you think about the HTTP debugger, as it has the possibility to send set requests? HTTP debugger, what are we talking about for debugger? Game Boy says people should remove all of these challenges today. It's not 1998. Well, I mean, the thing is that you need to learn these basics in order to learn more complicated stuff. So it's not worthless to learn about this stuff. Everybody has to start their education for SQL injection somewhere. Okay, so there's the login application on the application. So there's a login page on the application. And so if we send a single quote, the app doesn't send back output, we can give the SQL login bypass payload, which is this one, or 1 = 1 -- space, and log in to get the flag. Blah, flag. Okay, that's all we need to do for this write-up. That's great. Let's commit that. Camric says, you'd be surprised how many pages are still vulnerable to that method. Well, I mean, it's a very basic thing that we check when we do web app security testing on login pages. But yeah, I mean, even if it's dumb, it's still something we need to make sure is not there. Okay, let's go back. So, Irish name repo, that was done. What do we do next? How about some client side again? Okay, so this looks like it might be some fun. So if you want to do the same challenge we're doing, this is the link. Bases must be covered, that's true. Kulk, it's nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so it says, can you break into this super secure portal? Okay. So I'll just give everybody the link. "1001 Agency says HTTP debugger is a software on Windows. Is it? I don't think I've encountered it before. Windows HTTP debugger. Okay, so let's see. HTTP debug HTTP API callbacks to backends. Well, I mean, you could probably do the same thing with with Burp Suite or some other tool. But I guess, yeah, whatever tool you're familiar with. I think he's talking about the web tools in the browser. Control-Shift-I. You talking about this? More tools, web developer tools. Are we talking about this thing? The debugger? To be honest, I'm not very familiar with most of these debugger tools or these web developer tools, but most of the time, the way I know way more about Burp Suite than this console here. Zachy Roleplay, hello, nice to see you here. Hello. Okay, let's get out of here. We're hacking this page. No, not this page. Not this page. This page. Okay, new and improved login, you say. Enter valid credentials to proceed. Verify. Uh-huh. Anyways, if you're wondering what page we're looking at, it's this one. Okay, so test, verify, incorrect password. So we just need to put in the correct password. It's not even a pair of credentials. Okay, let's take a look. So barbedwire.jpg, standard MD5 implementation. So there's some really funky JavaScript going on here. Zachary Roleplay says, try Pentest GPT, it's powerful AI. I'm sure it is, but most of the time I'm just using regular old AI, and I just, you know. But what are you doing with Pentest GPT, Zachary Roleplay? Let me know. Okay, so this looks like some JavaScript stuff. And I think, I mean, I don't really know how to code in JavaScript. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab this code, and maybe I can put it into a JavaScript interpreter. Lord Pena, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, JavaScript online compiler and interpreter. Great. Okay, so we got our JavaScript. I wonder if I can make this dark mode because it's really bright. Toggle dark mode. Yes, much better. Learning PicoCTF? Yeah, we're just doing some PicoCTF challenges right now. So let me hold on. Okay, so this is the challenge we're looking at here, and we're trying to hack this website. Good old interpreter. Interpreter? Yup. Okay, so we got our code over here, and I think what we want to do is we want to echo this out. So is it console.log? Console.log something, right? (0x5) var. So do we just echo that out and it'll give us the answer, maybe? This is the password, everything in the JavaScript. Okay, so let's run it. Okay, so we ran it and it didn't exactly run the way we wanted it to. Oh wait, it did. So get element by ID, value, substring, PicoCTF, not this again. Oh, but what order do we put this in? You have to decode it. Okay, so I mean, we need to figure out what, I mean, if we were to just guess, it would be PicoCTF, and then not this again, and then 3, and then 37115, but that's just a guess. But we can supply this as the password, and we'll see if this is what the application wants. Okay, paste that in, verify. Password verified. Okay, so that was the correct flag. Great. Okay, so we can just submit this to the challenge. Done. Okay, client side again. I guess we can do a little write-up. And then we can move on. So this is which? This was 2019. Client side again, .md. Okay, so the URL for the challenge, we got the concept. We've got the method of solve. And that's it. Okay, let me get the URL for the challenge. Concept. The concept is JavaScript code review and JavaScript client-side code. So the concept is don't keep any security stuff for your web app on the client side, because it's not secure. Okay, great. Method of solve. How do we solve this? So look at the source, HTTP source, for the landing page. There's JavaScript. There's JavaScript that defines the password, that defines the valid password. Okay, and we can paste this code into a JS code interpreter. Okay, let me grab that code here. What happens if I don't put in the console log? Nothing happens, right? Yeah, the program doesn't output anything because there's nothing to output. Okay. All right, let me copy this. And let's put this in here. Okay, so when we run the code, we get the flag, but it's jumbled a bit. Unjumble. That's a fancy word. Unjumble the flag. Orpheus says one small nitpick, it would be HTML than HTML source rather than HTTP source. I mean, is it? Hold on. View page source. So page source, okay. Is it called HTTP source in view page source? I thought it was called HTTP source. Let's see. When you look at the source code of a web page, I'm okay being wrong, it's just I want to make sure. Is it HTTP source or HTML source? This is just the AI. Okay, so you're seeing the HTML source code, while the HTTP is the protocol. Okay, okay. No, I mean, it is valid to to question this stuff. So it is officially HTML source. So okay, no worries. I'll try to correct myself, but it's a bit ingrained because I've been saying this thing for quite a while now. I'll try to correct myself when I can. Thank you very much, Orpheus. Okay, let's get back to it. What were we doing? We're just finishing up the finishing up our write-up here. So it's important to do write-ups whenever you solve challenges, because even if it's an easy challenge, it gets you in the habit of documenting your process, and documentation is very important when you do cybersecurity stuff. So let's commit those changes. Okay, so let's move on to the next challenge. So client side again, done. What else could we revisit? So I'm going to try to avoid these hard challenges, because, well, we'll try to... Oh, it's my birthday. This looks like it might be interesting. Okay, so medium level challenge, it's my birthday. Let's get that link. Happy birthday! The JavaScript code is obfuscated. Yeah, it is obfuscated. But, I mean, if we run it, I could go in and we could de-obfuscate the code later. Okay, so what does it say here? So I sent out 2 invitations to all my friends for my birthday. I'll know if they get stolen because the 2 invites look similar, and they even have the same MD5 hash, but they are slightly different. You wouldn't believe how long it took me to find a collision. Anyway, see if you're invited by submitting 2 PDFs to my website. Okay. So this is the that's the link right there. So this is PicoCTF 2021, and let's take a look at the website. See if you're invited to my party. So I guess they're looking for PDF files. Let's see, I think there should be some example PDF files in here, right? So locate PDF. So there should be some example PDF files in Kali Linux. MC25 says, it's been so long since I've seen some collisions. Yup. Actually, so locate .pdf instead. Okay, we got some .pdfs, and let's see if we can locate some small .pdfs. Zargs LSLA. Okay, so this is a really small PDF over here. It is preview PDF. It's 47 bytes long, so it's a pretty small one. Let's copy it over to our directory. Do we need to upload the same PDF? We'll find out. Okay, let's move into the temp directory. Let's copy this thing over. Where is it? Preview.pdf. It's not as small as we thought it might be. That's okay. If we can upload it, then it's fine. Okay, we got an ad running on Twitch, so we'll run one on YouTube. And let's put on some birds. It's time for the happy squirrel. Okay, enjoy the squirrel. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. Just have to have a little water break. I think squirrels are they're pretty interesting little creatures. Although they look kind of similar to rats when you really think about it. But anyways, Hex Shadow, hello, nice to see you here. Anyways, one more look at the squirrel, and then we will put the squirrel away. Get back to hacking. Hex Shadow, yeah. If you're wondering what challenge we're doing right now, it's this one over here. Let me grab the link for you. Victor Troz is just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much, Victor Troz. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. All my subscriptions on Twitch, they help keep the channel alive. Let's give you a fun all the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers.
1001 agency, can you please tell me the command to find those PDFs? I mean, I just did locate.pdf on Kali Linux. If you want to find out which ones are large and which ones are not so large, you would pipe that into zargs and then do the lsla command. This one's pretty small too. Maybe we can use this one instead. Okay, so we'll copy this over. And then let's try uploading these things. So this is in the temp directory. And let's see. This one's pretty small. Open that up. Put in the other one. Files are not different. Files are not different. Okay, so it has to have the same file hash, but it has to be a different file. So I think we're dealing with magic hashes. Let's see. I think there's something called what is it called? Watch the cookie. Watch the cookie? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not the cookie we're dealing with in this case, but I think they're called PHP magic hashes. Yeah, this one, PHP hash collisions. So I'll give you the link. If we go back to the application, where are we? Just a second, I need to delete some of these tabs because we've got too many. So files are not different. If we go over to cookies, like what Game Boy's suggestion, let's take a look real quick. Okay, so that would be in the storage for this website, but there are no cookies here. The website doesn't give us cookies. Okay, let's go back. So it's my birthday. So I sent out 2 invitations to all my friends for my birthday. I'll know if they got stolen because the 2 invites look similar and they even have the same MD5 hash. But they're slightly different. You wouldn't believe how long it took for me to find a collision. So we can simulate a collision by supplying these MD5 hashes over here. And I think PHP uses... What kind of hashes do they use? PHP... I wonder what kind of hashes they're looking for. They're probably looking for MD5 hashes, right? Most of the time, these applications are looking for MD5. But we need to double check. Yeah, right. They're looking for MD5 hashes. Right. Time to use burp. I don't know if we necessarily need to use burp. I guess we could. I guess we could use burp. Let me fire up Burp Suite. Just gotta wait for the thing to boot up. Sorry, not boot up, start up. Boot up is for the computer. Zap for the win. I mean, does it start up faster? Proxy, open browser. Okay, so we just need to get the URL. Dunno, I've never opened it. That's why it's for the win, of course. Okay, so let's choose some files. We'll choose this one, and then we'll choose the other one. Upload it. File too large. Yeah, so the files we have to make sure that the file is under a certain size. So we'll replace the preview here with another one of these. Files are not different. So let's go back to Burp Suite now. Go to history. We got our post request. So the post request here, we'll put it in the repeater. In the repeater, this is what we send. So they got file 1, and then we got file 2. Yeah, so file 1, file 2. So the thing is that it's being... So I think the hashing is done on the client, on the server side. 1001 agency says fast call 01 -0 file 1 file 2. Fast call. I've never seen that tool before. I wonder if it's on Kali Linux. No. Well. So I mean, this talks about MD5 hashes. MD5. Okay, so MD5 collisions. So these MD5 hashes should be... They should have the same MD5 hash after MD5 after the hashed. I guess the other thing we need to check to see is if whether or not this is using PHP, because PHP is vulnerable to these hash collisions, these magic hashes. So I don't know. Is this in PHP page? Is this index.php? Yeah, this is index.php, so we're dealing with the PHP app. Okay, I think we should also take a look at the source, just in case there's anything hiding in here. Okay, document ready function, close click my alert. I wonder why this is here. Okay, so we got a form, index.php post, multi-part form data, yeah. Yeah, Game Boy, there are no cookies. there are no cookies here. If you take a look at the cookies for the website, there are no cookies. Refresh the page. After you refresh the page, are there cookies? We can check. There are no cookies. After we submit the PDF files, there's still no cookies. Files are not different. Check if there are cookies. There is still no cookies. Okay. Let's go back. Okay, so they're looking for two different files with the same MD5 hash. Well, I mean, how do we create this? I mean, these are magic hashes here. Magic hashes, PHP hash collisions. So register with password 1 and sign in with password 2. If you're then, the storage uses a specified algorithm to hash the password that PHP uses with a loose comparison. Okay, so plain text, bcrypt. The question is, how do we create PDF files with these specific hashes? You know what? I might ask the AI because I'm not really too sure how to do this. Okay, we're doing a CTF exercise where we have to submit two PDF files with the same MD5 hash. The app we're uploading to is a PHP app. So we suspect that we need to abuse the PHP magic hashes to achieve the goal. What does the AI think of this? You're on the right track. This sounds like a combination of MD5 collision attack and PHP magic hash hacking. Here's how we approach this. So the magic hashes concept, PHP's loose comparison can treat certain MD5 hashes as scientific notation, making them equal to 0 or other values. Okay, so just a second. Need to change my music before we move on. How about some of this? Okay, so let's see, magic hash examples. Some strings that produce MD5 hashes that start with 0E followed by digits. So these. Strategy for your CTF. Find two different strings that produce MD5 hashes starting with 0E followed by only digits. Okay? Heck Shadow says, AI using the same repo as knowledge base and giving the same thing. Probably, but hold on. Okay, create two different PDF files that contain these strings. Upload both PDFs. So they'll have different MD5 hashes, but PHP will treat them as equal. So creating the PDFs, you can embed the magic strings in PDF metadata or content. So do we just need to... The other question here is how do we have the application treat these as PDFs? So can I just echo out, oh geez, echo something out to test1.pdf. And run the file command on test1.pdf. It's just ASCII text. So it doesn't treat this as a PDF. So we got file preview.pdf. This is a PDF document version 1.5. So what can we use to make sure that the PDF the PDF files are of a certain length or that they have a certain MD5 hash. FurnaceX says, I think the PDF magic bytes are %sign PDF dash. Really? Let me test that. Okay, so that would be %PDF dash. Okay, awesome. So that is treated as a PDF. That's pretty cool. XXD PDF file, great. Let's try uploading this to see if it's actually valid. So test1.pdf, okay, open that. Test1.pdf, open that. Upload. Files are not different, so it did recognize them as PDF files. But the other thing we could do is we could see if they'll accept anything. They'll accept any file or not. So let's just do a little experiment. So we'll try uploading a text file and see if it accepts it or not. It'll be much easier if it does. Not a PDF, so it needs to be a PDF. Version BA, of course. So what can we do here? Okay, so alternative approach, true MD5 collision. If you need identical MD5 hashes and not PHP equivalent ones, you'll need tools like HashClash or find existing MD5 collision pairs. Does it only check the file extension? You know, that's a good question. Okay, so echo blah to a.pdf. Okay, so let's just try uploading this. You know what? I think it might. Yeah, okay, it's only checking the file extension. So this actually makes this easier for us. Okay, so this makes it much easier. So if we go over here and we're looking for these collisions, MD5, we're looking for something that is... Actually, we could just grab the examples from Claude over here. So it just needs to be an MD5 hash that starts with 0E followed by digits, like this. So if we copy this, and then we just... I don't know. Where are we? And we just echo this out to test1.pdf, and then we MD5 sum. Semi Hozdemir, hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. We're just doing some web challenges over here. So this is the challenge we're doing right now. It's a challenge to see if we can create hash collisions. Let's see. So MD5 sum test1.pdf, and this is unexpected. Hold on. Let's echo -n instead. Let's do the same thing. Okay, so now it works. So we just need to do the -n so that the content is pure. So it just has to be any MD5 hash that starts with 0E and doesn't have any letters in it. So this qualifies. So FurnaceX says you could probably also use fastcall to generate 2 files that match the hashes too. Yeah, but I mean, that's I think we're looking for magic hashes in this case. But we can go back and test the other tool later. Okay, so the other one, where are we? Here. So here's another hash, another string that creates a 0e MD5 hash. So even if the contents of the hash are actually different, if there's PHP, an old version of PHP, and it's doing loose comparisons, it will always consider any string or any string that starts with 0 to be equivalent to an integer 0. So these are always going to be the same. These are all considered the same in older versions of PHP. Okay, so we'll call this Alright, so let's do the MD5 sum on the other file. So these are different hashes, yeah, but they both start with the 0e, so it should be okay. Let's try uploading these. Okay, so we will upload test 1 and test 2. Why do we get PHP code back? Okay, I mean, I guess we get the loose comparison here. So this is why it works. It works because Toronto Man, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Have a hack the planet. Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
So yeah. So we got our flag over here, and congrats, you're invited. Awesome. So yeah, this is the PHP code for this page. So the loose comparison here is going to compare the MD5 hash of file 2 and the temp name. I'm not too sure what the temp name is. Oh, okay. It's comparing the file hash for the first file and then the file hash for the second file. But because this is a loose comparison and it's an older version of PHP, then the magic hashes activate, and they're the same. Hi, Toronto Man. Nice to see you here. Okay, so we successfully solved that. Let's go ahead and submit the flag. We'll do our write-up, and then we can move on to the next challenge. Okay, it's my birthday. Done. Okay, let's do our write-up. Which event was this? This was PicoCTF 2021. Okay, so we're just going to do a little write-up because if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. 2021 web app. We have already done one, Super Serial, but we'll do another one. It's my birthday. FurnaceX says, fastcall actually supports a prefix file, so you can add a prefix file that has the magic bytes and generates a hash collided PDF looking files. You know what? I'm interested. That does sound like some fun. Okay, so let's look it up. Okay, so I'm assuming that this is the GitHub repo for the program. Okay, so let me do my write-up, and then we'll try using fastcall to see if we can achieve the same thing. Okay, so we just need to We need a URL, we need a concept, and we need a method of solve. There's a has a Docker example in readme.md2, which makes it easier to get running. Oh, you know what? I love it when we've got Docker containers that run the thing. Okay, so the concept here is hash collisions. And PHP magic hashes. And I guess we can talk a little bit more about this. So older versions of PHP are vulnerable to magic hashes, where hashes of different values are evaluated the same if they begin with the value 0e and the rest of the hash value is entirely made up numbers. Okay. Where are we? So this means that the following two MD5 hashes are the same when evaluated by a vulnerable version of PHP. Okay, and we'll provide two. We'll just provide the two that that we got from Claude. Okay, so we can just move on to the method of solve. Gameboy says, "What did you do? What did you do?" So we actually created the files, the PDF files, by just echoing out some contents over here. So these particular strings are all going to create these magic hashes here, and the magic hashes are going to be evaluated to the same thing by an older PHP system, because they begin with this value over here, and they're made up entirely of numbers afterwards. Oh, you were with your dog outside. No problem, no problem. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish up the walkthrough. So the method of solve. We need to create two files with the .pdf extension. Okay, we got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we're going to run one on YouTube. And we're going to put on some birds. How about we put on my favorite birds? Okay, so these are this is my favorite bird video. Enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just have to have a little glass of water. Okay. I'm trying to keep myself hydrated. Yep, gotta have that water. The advertisers are actually a pretty good opportunity for me to grab water and to take a little break, because you can't talk for 5 or 6 hours straight without some water. Okay, let's put the birds away. Okay, to create 2 files with the PDF extension, and the app only cares if the files have the extension. So we use the following command to create our magic hash files. Okay, so let's grab the 2 commands, and then we'll be done. Zachy Roleplay, hey, nice. Please don't DDoS PicoCTF, because I still need to use it right now. Okay, so we'll just do this. And the second one is this. Okay, done. Great. I think we can commit those changes. And you know what? Let's try out the fast call program over here. So we got a Docker file. MD5 collision generator by Mark Stevens. Great. This is a source for a fast call zip and a Docker container to match. Do something like Docker run something something. Okay, so we got time ran out. Let's put on another hour or so. And let's see what we can do in another hour. Prefix file input something something. Oh, this is Docker. Okay. So I guess we can just run Docker for the command, which means we would have to download the Docker file. Tournament says this is a good thing to ask. Is this a good time to ask cybersecurity related questions? Not sure if I should with the CTF that you're doing. I mean, go ahead and you can ask any questions you want. I can take some time out and answer your questions about cybersecurity. It's perfectly fine, because the most important thing is that I help people get into cybersecurity who want to. Okay, command not found. Oh, and delete this. Okay, so we're going to pull using output file names msg1.bin, msg2.bin, using prefix file input, cannot open input file input. Okay, so what happened here? So we created message1.bin, message2.bin. Let's see, cat. What are the contents of these? There's nothing here. That's fine. Let's see. Zachy Roleplay says you answer hard level. Hard level? Or what are we talking about? I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what we're talking about here. Okay, so what is it looking for? Prefix file input. So prefix file, we would put in, I guess we could put in magic bytes here, but in this case, we're just going to omit prefix file and see if it works. So we're going to output PDF files in this case, because this program is only looking for file extensions. Okay, so using an initial value of this, generating first block, generating second block, running time. Great. So these should have the same file hashes here. So if we run md5 sum on okay, and then we'll run it on. Yeah, they're the same. So there is a collision here. Okay, 1001 Agency says, enjoy the rest of your stream. Thank you for every reply. Have a nice day. See you next time. Hey, thank you very much for coming by, 1001 Agency, and let's play you out with a keyboard cat. Hope to see you in the next stream. Oh, that's not how you spell keyboard. Okay, so yeah, these are... I mean, the contents should be different. So let's XXD message 1. And then we'll do the same thing for message 2. Yeah. Okay, so we can also run diff on them. So diff message 1, PDF message 2.pdf. So these are not the same file. So we could probably submit these and get the same result. And let's give it a try. So let's go back to the application and we'll try uploading these. So message 1 and message 2. But Furnosec and who else was talking about fast call? Was that... Yeah, this worked. Great, yeah. Well, thank you very much, Furnosec, for letting us know about this. And somebody else was talking about fast call as well. It was 1001 Agency. Okay. But today I learned about fast call. Let's do another challenge. So it's my birthday, done. And so I'm running out of medium level challenges. Oh, but Toronto Man, it's a yeah. You can ask your questions now if you want to. Okay, let's reload the page. A little bit unresponsive. So let's see. Furnosec says fast call would definitely be the way if it was a strict comparison for magic byte checks. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on whether or not they're trying to teach you strict hash collisions or if they're trying to teach you about magic bytes or like PHP fuzzy comparisons. Okay. I like your magic number I think the magic number solution was the intended one, but I can't be completely sure. Why is this not working? Why are you so unresponsive, server? I guess we could also filter by medium difficulty. Considering the challenge name, magic is probably the way. I mean, they're referencing the birthday attack, right? Hash collision birthday attack. The birthday attack can be modeled as a variation of the balls into bins problem where balls are randomly placed into bins. A hash collision occurs when at least 2 balls are placed in the same bin. Birthday attack, Wikipedia. Brute force collision attack. Yeah. If anybody wants to take a look at this article, here it is. Okay, sorry, we were looking up the new challenge. Okay, cool. We have Pachinko, we've got eval, we've got WebSocket fish, no SQL injection, match the regex, Java code analysis. I wonder which one is going to be good for us. Most cookies. I mean, I don't know about these cookies. Let's take a look at most cookies. So Game Boy was asking for cookies last time. Okay, enough of using my own encryption. Flask session cookies should be plenty secure. I don't think so, but let me grab the link. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say something with the cookies. Probably something with the cookies for sure. MC25. Okay, let's switch up the music. This music is a little bit too repetitive. How about some? How about some Mass Effect OST? Okay. Yep, probably something to do with cookies. Welcome to my cookie security page, now with the best security. This looks familiar. Okay, so search for the cookies. Chocolate chip. I love chocolate chip cookies. This is a cookie, not very special though. So I guess we could take a look at the value of the cookies. Okay, oh, it's a JSON web token. It's a JWT. Wrench says SQL. I mean, I don't think we need to do SQLi in this case. So let's see. JWT decoder. JSON web tokens, jwt.io. And let's make this a little bit bigger. Okay, so here we can paste in our own JWT. And the way we know that that something is a JWT is that when we take a look at the object, it's going to start with these characters over here, EYJ. So this is the start. This is basically the start of every JSON web token. Green and yellow. Green and yellow. What the heck? Well. Okay, so very auth equals chocolate chip. So very auth equals chocolate chip. We could probably just modify this by... How can we change this? So I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a tool out there that lets us... I was pretty sure that we could edit this. Claims table, decoded payload. Can we edit this? So the other thing about this, the other thing about JWT tokens is that they're embedded in base64. So base64 decode, echo out whatever this thing is, and then pipe it into base64 decode. And we get very auth chocolate chip and then some stuff. So how do we create our own? There's got to be a tool that that creates JWT. If you know it, let us know. Blah blah blah. Each blah dot two dot blah. Okay, so it's each dot, right? So it's everything up to this dot. So echo that out. So if we just base64 decode this, this is very auth chocolate chip. So we just need to combine this, and then we need to append this, and it should be okay. So echo very auth admin cookie. I think JWT tool lets us make it. Wrench. Thank you very much for the suggestion. Do we? I mean, we could just do it the manual way like this. Pipe that out into base64. So what we would do is we would just chop this off, right? Admin, yeah. I mean, we could try this. So this, and then grab admin sign cookie very off admin secret fortune. Secret fortune? I mean, I don't see anything about secret fortune in here. Okay, so the other thing we need to do is we need to make sure that the length of this cookie is base64 compliant. So we're just going to do a word count on this. So this is 65. I don't know if that's going to be okay. Because if we word count this... Oh, it's also not... Huh. I guess it really doesn't matter if this is the appropriate length or not. I guess that's fine then. Okay, so let's grab this. Wait. This is 76. So maybe, I mean, I'm not too sure whether or not it has to be a multiple of 4. If it's not a multiple of 4, do we put the... Do we have to append some equal signs? Anyways, I'm just going to submit this as the cookie. Source code. So we're... Hold on. Let me just try this out. Most cookies. Okay, we'll replace the session cookie here. And then we will reload the page. Oh, it wasn't a valid page. Okay. MB, I'm back, had to do something. Yeah, so Toronto Man, if you've got... I don't think I received your questions about cybersecurity. You were asking about those. If you want to ask any questions about cybersecurity right now, that's fine. But Wrench asked for source code. So we're looking at this challenge over here. And we're trying to figure out what the valid cookie values are. So that didn't work. Okay, so this one's chocolate chip. We're looking for this. This is 65. So 65 is not a multiple of 4. 64 is a multiple of 4. 68. Is 68 a multiple of 4? You know, my math is really bad. I'm going to check on my calculator. Okay, so 68 is a multiple of 4. Okay, so that means we need to add something to this cookie. And it's going to be 65 plus 3 equal signs. I guess the other way we could do is we could use the tool that somebody else was talking about. So JWT tool was what Wrench was talking about. So let me just try this out first. If it doesn't work, then we'll try the JWT tool. Okay, that's a cookie. Not very special though. I love chocolate chip cookies. Why did this come through as chocolate chip cookies? Oh. Wait. Where'd my admin cookie go? Hold on. Put this here. This is 65. Okay. Maybe you have to brute force the key and then do the JWT token admin attack. I mean, let me do a little bit of experimentation here. So I just want to see if we can do this manually. If we can't do it manually, we'll try the JWT token tool that you were talking about, Wrench. And if that doesn't work, then we'll try some other stuff. Okay, let's insert this cookie. Okay, so that didn't work. So when there's nothing really here, it's just very auth equals some name, chocolate chip. Okay, so let's try the JWT tool. JWT tool, not found. Is it JWT tool? Not found. Let's search for it. Okay, JWT tool, a toolkit for testing JWTs. This tool is written for pen testers. Okay, that sounds... I mean, there's also an online one. I always like using online stuff if it's available. Okay, so Tyrannoman says, considering how the job market is for IT SOC analysts and how it looks right now, I'm skeptical about committing to cybersecurity or IT in general. I start university this year for information technology and was asking if you have any advice on early starting roles or building connections, even if a job isn't related to tech, something I can move my way up from or things I can do to stand out significantly. So GameSoy says Flask, Unsign, or Burp. I think we can use this this web app tool here, but let's address Tyrannoman. So Tyrannoman, you're talking about the job market for IT and SOC analyst stuff. I think the industry isn't doing very well right now as far as the number of jobs that are available for IT and for cybersecurity. I think by the time you've finished university, the job market might be very, very different. It's hard to say because the AI, the whole AI thing is making it so that companies want to replace, they want to downsize their workforce. They want to have less workers, but have those workers utilize AI in order to make their efficiency go up, so their quality of work. They want more people to use AI, and they want less people using the AI so that they're more efficient with their work. And who knows what the job market is going to look like in a few years. But I'd say if technology is something that you're very passionate about, then go ahead and go into IT and into cybersecurity, you definitely don't want to. You don't want to get into this field if this isn't something that you're very interested in, because that's going to make it a lot harder for you to stick it out. So if you love computing, if you love code, if you love understanding how computer systems work, then stick with it. If you're kind of meh about it, then maybe going to university for this stuff isn't the right idea. But it really depends on like how far you've gotten and whether or not backing out is actually like an option or not. So that's my advice right now. If you have anything like more specific to ask, then go ahead and ask more questions. I'm happy to answer. Okay, so encoded token. Let's go ahead and grab the encoded token. Where is it? So this is the encoded token. I think. Wait. Where's the website? Here. Snickerdoodle. Okay, so let's just grab the cookie from here. Ren says, I don't like code, but I like hacking, but I have to know coding for hacking so I know it. So depending on which side of cybersecurity you're on, if you're on the defensive side, you don't need to know as much you don't need to know as much coding as if you're doing the offensive side of cybersecurity. You still need to know a little bit about coding and scripting, even if you're in the defensive side, but you do a lot more coding and scripting if you're doing offensive cybersecurity. Okay, let's grab that cookie. And it's a weird looking cookie. Okay, so here's the tool, encoded token. We paste it in? No. Hold on. Let's just copy it from here. Okay, so this is it. So this is it here. We just need to modify this. So from chocolate chip to admin. Okay, so do we... Hack Smarter is rating with the party, rating with a rating party of 26. Thank you very much. Hack Smarter, not harder, everybody. And you know what? Let's go ahead and shout out Hack Smarter. If you're not following Hack Smarter, what are you doing? Because Hack Smarter is a great cybersecurity educator and live streamer on Twitch and YouTube. There you go. Oh, you know what? We got ads right away. Sorry to everybody who rated in if you're seeing ads right now. But I'll do my introduction after the ad break is over. But in the meantime, you guys can watch some birds. So I love my birds, and every time we've got a break, we put on the birds because the birds are really fun. And I've got a little bird feeder outside, and yeah, it's fun to watch them hang out at the bird feeder. Okay, we'll be back in about 40 seconds, and enjoy the birds and the music. We'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, so everybody, if you're enjoying the birds, if you're enjoying the stream, then I am really happy. But SankLogic says, I don't like YouTube raid. SankLogic, hello, nice to see you here. Simon Dante, nice to see you here. M2K Locks, thank you very much for coming by. Jessif Moore, thank you. Gromit and John Doe and Oxygen Eater, E. Euler, and of course Hack Smarter. Thank you very much, everybody. So we're not just a bird watching channel over here, but we do like our birds. They are very cute, and we love them. Let's put the birds away, and then let's get back to the hacking. So we're just doing some web challenges over at PicoCTF. We're doing this web challenge, bottleneck. Bottleneck's nice to see you here. And it's associated with this challenge here. It's called Most Cookies. Resin says, Tyler is a light in the darkness, truly pulled himself up by his boots, and won't stop until he's pulled so hard he picks us all up. Hack smarter. Yeah, well, Hack Smarter is an awesome content creator. Thank you very much for following Gren Zen and Oxygen Eater, and appreciate the kind words, says Hack Smarter. And thank you very much for following M2K Locks. You know what, everybody? This is the motto we have over on this channel. It's Hack the Planet. Looks like we got quite a few people following right now. M2K Locks, thank you very much for the follow. And thank you everybody who's following right now. Much appreciated. Okay, so we're just we're inspecting the cookies over here.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
If you want to follow along and hack the website, then this is the website right here. It's associated with does the challenge give you source? I don't think it does for no sec. Thank you very much for following Peter Swing. Peter Swingy or Peter Swinge? I'm not too sure which one it is. Let us know which one it is. Thank you. So yeah, we don't get... Oh, you know what? You know what? I'm dumb. I'm dumb because we actually do get the the source code for the server. So if name in request form and request form name in cookie names, then something something. So is it looking for very auth equals blank, not a valid cookie, and okay, so we can actually, so check session very auth, if check admin, then make response render template flag.html. So I mean, we were right in assuming that we had to return the cookie flag. So let's go ahead and create that cookie, that admin cookie, and then we can see if we can get the flag. Okay, let's go back. So we're using this tool over here to try to create a JSON web token. Very auto admin. Is it very auto for admin? Very auth. It's very auth. Yeah, it's not anything too different here. Yeah, so we just need to create the cookie. Copy to clipboard, generate new header, and verify the JWT token with a given code key, decode a JWT, encode and sign a JWT. Okay, so I think we just need to press this button. I'm gonna copy this just in case it does something weird. Cannot parse JSON payload. Why? The payload must be valid JSON. So we should be able to just replace this and create a new one, right? This looks weird. Hold on. Why is it so complicated here? Okay, Furnace 6 says you should check out Flask Unsign 2 considering it's a Flask app. Flask Unsign. I mean, we could. So Flask Unsign is a command line tool to fetch, decode, brute force, and craft session cookies session cookies of a Flask application by guessing secret keys. I mean, thank you very much for letting me know about these different tools, because even if it's not valuable for this challenge, I could be using this in the future with other challenges that deal with Flask. Thank you. Okay, so you know, I wish this would just work. Let's take a look at the GitHub project. GitHub for JWT tool. Yeah, this one. So this should be just some. So let's see, JSON Web Token Toolkit version 2. Okay, so the preferred usage of JWT tool is the official Docker Hub hosted JWT tool Docker image. The base command for running this is as follows. Okay, base command for running JWT tool, Docker run something something. Okay, let's grab this. So I love my tools that run on Docker, because if it runs on Docker, it means I don't have to do anything funky with my dependencies. Okay, let's try this out. Okay. Network hosts. So we're going to download the Docker container and then run the thing. Running config setup. Review contents of jwt config.ini to customize your options. Make sure to set HTTP listener value to your URLs that you can modify. Enable out-of-band checks. I mean, I don't think... Is this tool a little bit too complicated for what we're trying to do here? I love blank cookies. Yeah, of course. Okay, so usage. So the first argument should be the JWT itself, unless providing this in the header or cookie value. Okay, so where do we put that stuff? The toolkit will validate the token and list the header and payload values. Additional arguments. FurnaceX says, looking into it, I think although Flask sessions look like JWTs, they aren't actually JWTs. They don't specify encryption types the same way. Does that mean we should be using the Flask unsign tool? So the Flask unsign tool is here. Is this another... Obtaining and decoding session cookies. Decode cookie, logged in false. Unsigning, brute forcing secret keys, signing, session manipulation. Okay, so this is the tool we're looking at here. How are we supposed to install this? To install the application, simply use pip. Pip3 install Flask unsign. If you only want to install the core code, omit the wordless suffix. Well, I'll try this, and why are we not using the cookie editor? Well, I mean, we might not be dealing with JWTs because Flask creates Flask might be creating something that looks like JWT, but it's not exactly a JWT. But anyways, I'll try installing this. Okay, so externally managed environment. Okay. How do we create our I need to figure out how to create the Python virtual environment. Just a second. Python mvenv my env. Nope, not in here. How about in temp directory? Okay, and then we do virtual env my env, and then move into my env source bin activate. Okay. I sure do hate dealing with Python dependencies. Okay. So now we're in our virtual environment, and we can just install this thing. Okay, done. Great. Now what do we do? How do we use this tool? Obtaining and decoding session cookies. Okay, so due to the Flask that Flask cookies are signed and not encrypted, it's possible to locally decode the session data. You can use this using the decode argument. Session cookies can be obtained by inspecting your HTTP requests using a proxy like burp proxy. Okay. Flask unsigned like this. So is it just this? And then provide the value of the cookie. Unfair Rabbit, hello, nice to see you here. Yo, yo, yo. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. That's not how you spell redeem. Okay, so this is the cookie we got from the web application here. Okay, very odd snickerdoodle. Great. So this is what we got. Can we encode a cookie? So can we just do the same command, but instead of decode, we do encode? And for Rabbit says, "What is a Nyan Cat?" You see, that is what is a Nyan Cat. It's a classic meme. So encode cookie very auth admin. So let's just say we want to do it like this. Actually, let's do this inside of single quotes. Very auth admin. Okay, it looks like... So there's no encode. Shouldn't there be an encode? Cookie name, user agent, chunk size. Bored Amish, hello. Hack starter. hack smarter? Or hack... Bored Amish, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you... how about the Devil's Bedroom? Devil's Bedroom.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Okay, failed raid message, timeout 3 minutes, of course. It's sign instead of encode. Oh, okay. And it requires a -- secret. So I don't think we have a secret in this case. Okay, so it's what? Sign? Okay. So, oh, Bored Amish, yeah, from Tyler, no problem. Thank you very much for following, Bored Amish. Okay, so it requires a -- secret. So -- secret. Like this. Missing required parameter cookie. So, cookie. Expected one argument. So what are we supposed to do for sign cookie? Sign cookie, yeah. Sign secret cookie. Secret. I don't know what the secret's supposed to be. Flask unsigned supports brute forcing the secret. Oh. Okay. Toronto Man says, in your expert opinion, do you think that AI taking over cybersecurity jobs is feasible? From your existing session token. Okay. So, I mean, which part of... So the secret is... Which part is the secret? Okay, so Toronto Man, I'll adjust your question. I'll address your question right now. So, do you think AI taking over cybersecurity jobs is feasible? I think that cybersecurity automating a lot of cybersecurity tasks it will happen in the future. Whether or not it takes 5 years or 8 years or 10 years, I'm not too sure about that. But in the meantime, I think what we're going to see instead is you're going to see a lot less people working in cybersecurity, and they're going to be using AI tools to supplement their workload. So you'll see some people using the AI to help them do the cybersecurity stuff. But whether or not AI is going to completely take over cybersecurity, it might, but it's probably going to take a few years for that kind of program to mature. Okay, so tell us about AI taking over security. It's not happening tomorrow. It might happen in, I don't know, like 5 to 10 years. I'm not too sure. If it does, all office jobs are gonzo. The more likely element is that the number of vacancy in the field will drop as people get more and more efficient. Yeah, they're definitely going to see less people filling in more work because the work will be more efficient. So I mean, which part of this is the secret? Hold on. Variant auth admin secret fortune. Is the secret fortune? Hold on. I need to take a look at the I need to take a look at the source code again. Okay, so the secret. So we've got the source code for the application here. SIG is calculated using a secret that the server knows. So does it tell you what the secret is supposed to be? I don't think it tells you here, but you might have to brute force it out. It is there? Okay. Okay, I mean, so app secret key is going to be a random choice among the cookie names. Okay, so the cookie names are here. Yeah, I see that. Okay, so app secret key is going to be a random choice among the cookie names. So, I mean, we would get we would get it by brute forcing it. Okay, so how do we do that with the tool here? So the Flask tool. Unsigning brute forcing secret keys. After obtaining a sample session cookie, you might be able to brute force the server's secret key. If you're lucky, this might be something easy to guess, or it might be found online or in one of the word lists. So for this, you can use the unsigned argument. Okay. So Flask unsigned cookie.txt. All right. So yeah, let's try this. So back here, I'm just gonna put this away. Okay, so this is the cookie here. I'm gonna copy it to a file. Yeah, we should copy all the names, we should put them in a list. So we're going to echo this out to cookie.txt. Okay, so we've got that cookie there. The next thing we need to do is we need to create the word list. So the word list for the secrets, nano secrets.txt, and let's get that list of words. Okay, so we got all of these words. Okay, we'll paste this in. No, I didn't copy it for some reason. That's weird. Let's try it again. Yeah, why didn't this copy? Copy selection. Hold on, let's select it again. Why is this not edit copy selection? Okay. Wrench says, where did you get the words? Hold on. I need to catch up with chat. Okay, Toronto Man says, everything's so unpredictable. I'm not sure what I can do to increase my chances because in my head, trying to enter SOC analyst jobs through a help desk job would be a good idea in my situation. Money is tight. I mean, Toronto Man, if you want to, I'm not sure how prevalent help desk jobs are these days. If anybody else in chat has a better idea of the availability of these jobs, there's probably many more help desk jobs than SOC analyst jobs. Probably. Copy all the names. Okay, so there isn't one way to go about getting a job in security. Mostly I recommend following your passions, trying to get involved in your local community, attend meetups, and realizing it might be slow growth. So FernoSec is, I totally agree, and I think if you want to get into cybersecurity, the one thing that would really help is getting involved in your local cybersecurity community. So if you're in Toronto, like what your name implies, then why does this not copy? Then I think you should get involved with the local cybersecurity chapters. So I mean, let me go into a private window. And let's see, Toronto cybersecurity meetup. So yeah, cybersecurity events near Toronto. Let's see. What do we have here? Hack the Box meetup. We've got some. I'll just grab this and I'll put the link in chat. Toronto Man says, unrelated comment, for some reason I got so spooked that you knew I was from Toronto, then I realized my name is Toronto Man. If you don't want people to know you're from Toronto, don't put Toronto Man as your, don't use the word Toronto in your username, for sure. Yeah. Okay. So, where do you get these words? The words, yeah, I mean, there's the, what is it called? There's the source code. The source code is included in the challenge here. So I got it from here. I don't mind. It's just funny. Don't be alarmed. I'm not a bad guy hacker. I'm a good guy hacker. Okay, let's get out of here. Okay, so server.py. Let's copy those names. So these are the names of the cookies. Okay, we're going to put this into a file called secrets. And you know what? I think we can do some... actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and... There's probably a better way to do this, but there are not very many of these cookie names, so I'll just do it the lame way. But you could probably do this with some sort of combination of like sed and I don't know. Actually, you know what? Just for fun, I would vim macro it. Of course. Hold on. Okay, so we got a list like this. We want to strip out everything, right? Let's just do this for fun. So sed D. Let's get rid of all of the blank lines first. Actually, let's get rid of all of the yeah, let's get rid of all the blank lines. Oh, what was it? Was it TR, right? It's TRD? TR. So that gets rid of all the blank lines. And then we need to do... Gameboy says, I need to send you videos. Definitely try. What do you mean by slow growth? Unfair Rabbit says, you get me as a CTO, I am 20. It's for no sec, let's see. Same here, same here. Okay. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to replace each one of these commas with a new line. So TR, comma, and we want to replace that with the /n, I think. Yeah, okay, so actually this is going to work. This is going to work. Okay. We'll out that to wordlist.txt. Okay, so we've got our secrets. I guess the last thing we could do is we could get rid of the double quotes. TR the double quotes and delete them. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, and okay, so great. So we can actually run the unsign thing now. Brute force the secrets. Okay, so what was that command for brute forcing the secrets? Flask unsign. Flask unsign cookie. So we just used this command. We need to word list. Done! Great. Great, great, great. Can't wait till the unsigned brute force fails because of key fortune instead of fortune. Oh, wait, what? What do you mean? Okay, so was there any WordPress? All I see is Flask. Yeah, we did WordPress earlier. So if you, so Wrench, if you go back to the second hour, so if you go back to hour 2 in the stream, we do our demonstration for hacking WordPress. So yeah, just go back to, I don't know, 60 minutes, 65 minutes or something like that, and that's when we That's when we did our Flasks, our WordPress stuff. So how random was it that if it was Fortune? I was a little late. I mean, it's because we know the source code. The source code is... what was it? It's something we could download. So cat server.py, this one. So this is how it... So app secret key equals random.choice cookie names. So the cookie names are over here. So we needed to figure it out by running the unsign with the word list. So now that we know the secret, then we can... what was that command? Okay, so the secret is fortune. Okay, we got our cookie. So we just need to... that looks weird. It looks weird. It doesn't look like a JWT anymore. Is this gonna work? Fortune is stored in the variable forever. MC25 says, figured everybody would get different ones. Yeah, it runs once every time it's every time the server boots up. Okay, let's give this a try. So this here, paste in the cookie, reload the page. Internal server error. I don't know what's happening. Hold on. Let's try. You might have to do a test first. Maybe the single quotes in your cookie is breaking it. Maybe. Okay, let's try it like this. Whoops. So slash before that, slash before that. What happened here? Actually, wait. Yeah, that looks weird. Just clear my browser. Clear my browser? It gives us the same... it's not the same thing. Huh. You know what? I want to see an example. Let me go back to the app, to the... Okay, I'm not looking at JWT tool, I'm looking at this one. So signing, session manipulation, logged in, cookie, logged in true, secret change me. So the cookie should be inside of double quotes here. Okay, let me try this. So the cookie is inside of the double quotes. Let's get rid of this stuff here. Let's replace these with single quotes. Okay, so this looks like a JSON web token again. That's good. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is we just need to give this to the application, and it should give us the flag. All right, let's go back here. Put in that cookie. Get the flag. Done. Pwn all the cookies. You know what? This was some fun. So I've never used this particular tool before, but it was pretty cool. Very auth admin. Finally, yeah. I mean, I'm not a fast hacker. I'm not a fast hacker, but I try to get the job done. Paste it in, submit. Okay, so before we finish, Toronto Man says, I'm definitely going to attend events and try to network there. I already volunteer in communities near me, but that's just mainly just me teaching seniors how computer fundamentals and safe cybersecurity practices. Hack smarter, not harder. Well, we definitely try. We definitely try. Okay, so let's see. Man, the server's acting kind of slow today. Okay, solve the challenge. All right, so let's do our little write-up, because a lot of the education happens in the write-ups. So for each one of these challenges here, I'd like to create a write-up and put it on my GitHub. For a sec, also, are you on any Discords anywhere? Yeah, PicoCTF has been slow. It's been a bit slow today. Am I in any Discords anywhere? So a lot of people have been asking about a HackerFrogs Discord. We're planning to put out a HackerFrogs Discord next week. So probably about this time next week, we should have one up and running. But just hang in there. We do have a Reddit community over here. So if you want to check out the schedules for the streams, this is it over here. I'll give you a sub on Twitch starting next week, waiting on my Twitch sub. Well, thank you very much, Toronto Man 666. And if you have any questions about cybersecurity or like technology stuff in general, I mean, I'm happy to answer any questions. And you know what, Toronto Man 666, let me know what your previous experience is in tech. Maybe I can give you some advice on where to go next for your training. Stasix, hello. How goes the hacking today, Frog? It's going okay, but welcome to the stream, Stasix, and let's give you a fun redeem. How about a Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so let's do our write-up. So what is this challenge here? Most cookies, PicoCTF 2021. Okay, so 2021 web app. Create a new file. It's called most cookies. Okay, so we need a URL. We need a concept, and we need a method of solve. Is it an issue if most of the experience I have is volunteer? I mean, I'm asking about your experience as far as like tech stuff is concerned. Have you taken a lot of certifications? Have you taken any computer programming courses? Do you know how to program in any languages? Have you done web app development? That kind of stuff. Game Boy, it's REDEEM. EEM. Okay, so the URL, let's get that. It's over here. The concept is cookies, encoded cookies. JWT, which is JSON Web Tokens. Flask cookies. Sosik says, I'm going to try and start a CTF club at the college when I start attending. Are you starting college in September? And is it a big college? Because they might already have a CTF, like a CTF club or like a cybersecurity club, depending on how big the university is. Also, have you looked at Obsidian? It's not too tough to get it to push sync your notes to GitHub, and is a much nicer interface than the GitMD editor. Well, I mean, the GitMD editor is not very fancy looking, but you know, it works okay for me. But thank you for the for the recommendation for Obsidian. I think I've used it before, but I think push syncing the notes to GitHub might be like a paid feature. M2K Lock says, can I ask you a question about certifications? Yeah, you can ask questions about certifications. Not I'm not the best person to ask about certifications, but I'll try to answer your question as best I can. Oh, it's a community plugin. That's awesome. Yeah, I'll look into it. Obsidian Git push. Okay, so I'll search that up after the stream is over. Thank you, Fernasec. Okay, so Flask cookies and method of solve. So let's talk about this. So this challenge lets us see the application source code. So the app source code written in Python. So let's go ahead and include the source code just for fun. Time to make coffee. The sync to their server is a paid feature, but we've got a community plugin. Okay, let me grab that in just a sec. And right now, let me just close out Burp Suite because I want to make sure it's not hogging up my resources. Okay, so Fernasec has another GitHub. Obsidian Git, you say? Okay, I'll take a look at this after the stream is over. Thank you. Okay, so this is the code. So, Flask apps create cookies that look similar to JWTs, but are slightly different. And what else do we need to say? MTK Lock says, yes or no, because the stream was off for about 30 seconds for me. I'm sorry. Yeah, I can answer questions you have about certifications. The answers may or may not be the best, but I'll answer the best I can. Okay, so slightly different. This application creates cookies that are signed with a secret that is the name of one of the cookies in the list of cookies in the code. Okay, and what else? We can use a tool like, what is the tool called? Flask Unsign. To create a cookie with the secret value, admin, and send it back to the app to get the flag for the challenge. Okay, so I guess we can give the commands that we used. Okay, so we can recreate this. You know you're a real Linux user when you just do a lot of this. So Flask decode. So Flask Unsign decode the cookie here. Okay, so MTK Lock says, do you consider CH worth it as a entry-level certificate? Okay, because I heard that the value has declined because the exam is repetitive, so people can have the answer from old exams. Add to that, it's not a practical exam. What do you think? I mean, CEH Yeah, I mean Toronto Man, CEH is a written exam, so there's no real practical. As far as I know, there's no practical portion of it, so it's all just rote memorization. Some jobs will require. Well, some jobs have a requirement that say that you should have your CEH. I wouldn't take too much stock in that. MTK Locks, what kind of role are you looking for in cybersecurity, if I might ask? So if you let me know what role you're looking for in cybersecurity, as well as how much you already know about how much training or education you've done in cybersecurity or IT stuff, that'll help me give you advice. Okay, so Toronto Man says, I have my Security Plus and some Google certs. Kind of went on a spree with those. Okay, I am working on my Network Plus, which I plan on getting by the end of the year. I've done stuff on TryHackMe, and I do have experience programming in Python and C++ and SQL due to my unfinished college experience. I have an attendance management program built. Okay. So I think you've got a pretty good foundation from what you've listed there with your Security Plus and your Google certificates and your Network Plus. I definitely think with Network Plus, and if you're aiming to do like a help desk job, you would be qualified to do a help desk job with those certifications and that kind of experience. As far as it's good that you've got programming experience with Python and C++ and SQL. That's good. Yeah. So FurnaceX says pen testing gigs, they're hard to land for people who don't have previous experience in other IT jobs. Usually, pen testing people come from backgrounds like network administrators. Sometimes they come from help desk. And sometimes they come from developer backgrounds. Okay, so where were we? So we unsigned the cookie, and then we needed to create the list. So create the list of cookies by grabbing the list from the Python source code and putting it in a file called secret.txt. Sure. Brute force the secret for the cookie with the following command. Just a second. Looks a bit funny. Okay, so brute force the thing with the following command. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. MTK Log says, I have a Master of Science in Cybersecurity. Really? A Master of Science in Cybersecurity. Before that, I had a software engineering degree. Okay, I worked for about 8 years on web dev, and I want to change my career, so I'm looking for a blue team role, specifically a SOC analyst role. I mean, you went to school for the Masters of Cybersecurity degree. Was that a 4-year program, or how many years did you spend doing that program? But if you've got 8 years of web development, I don't know if SOC analyst is the role you want to shift into, because you've got all of that web development experience. So you might want to go into something called developer security operations, so DevSecOps, or you could go into web security testing. So I mean, that's what kind of that's kind of what calls out to me when I see that kind of resume. Okay, so let's see. Unfair Rabbit says, how about OSCP? Is it worth the hype? OSCP, for now, a lot of people are still looking for people with OSCP if you're doing pen tester jobs. But I would say that if you're looking for practical experience, there are a couple of them. Let's see. Try Hack Me PT1 or Hack the Box CPTS. CPTS. These are certifications that are probably better. Yeah, PMPT, CPTS, or PT1 are they're better courses than the OSCP. But if you're getting it purely for human resources or to try to apply for jobs, OSCP might be the better bet. But yeah, the problem is that the OSCP is expensive. It's like $1,700 US right now, and but the other certifications that are listed here, PT1 or CPTS, they're more like $300 or $500. They're a lot cheaper. Let's see. So Furnace 6, I've met like 3 people with masters in cybersecurity recently that all don't know how to break into the industry. I mean, I'm not too sure, but M2K Locks, let me know how many years you spent doing the Masters of Cybersecurity degree, because I'm actually not sure if that's going to be like 2 years or 4 years. Okay, so brute force the secret for the cookie with the following command. The command is going to be what? Flask unsigned. Let's grab that command. Yeah, this one over here. Oh, it was a 2-year degree. Okay, okay. But yeah, M2K Locks. I think you might be better suited for DevSecOps or for web app security testing, since you've got so many years doing web development. Have you so M2K Locks, have you tried doing web app security testing before? And what language were you using when you were doing your web development stuff? Were you working mostly in JavaScript, TypeScript, or were you working in PHP or some other language? Okay, and then what was it? This one right here. Hold on. The wrong command. This one. Okay, so M2K Locks says full stack, JavaScript, sometimes Angular, 2JEE, rarely Django, okay? Imagine he comes out and he says he was using Pedal. I don't know what Pedal is. PHP, JavaScript, But yeah, I mean, the thing about DevSecOps is, like, it's really hard for me to recommend, like, what the path would be to getting a DevSecOps job. Because I've only known one person who's who works in DevSecOps, but let me. It's tough. It's tough. So M2K Locks, do you know? So the same thing with every other person who's trying to get into cybersecurity. I think an important thing to do is to, it's the forbidden it's the forbidden stack. Maybe yeah. So MTK Locks, how well are you acquainted with the local cybersecurity community? So if you live in a big city, you should get to know the people who are in the local cybersecurity community. Start talking with them, start doing volunteering for the groups, and eventually you can talk to them about trying to get a job. Don't walk up to them and say, "Give me a job," because that's not the way you do it. But you should start forming some relationships with the local cybersecurity community. Eventually they should be able to help you out if you help them out first. Getting a job is so easy. Really, it really depends on who you are, I guess. Okay, let's finish off this this write-up, and then we can finish off. We'll finish up the stream afterwards. Okay, so brute force the secret, and then use the secret we get from the brute force, and create the admin cookie with the command below. Okay, last thing we need to do is just copy the cookie and submit it to the web app to get the flag. Okay, that is done. If you know basic stuff, you get an easy job. Well, I mean, I would say you should probably know the right people to get a job in cybersecurity, especially the first job in cybersecurity. You can try you can try applying for jobs along with everybody else, but it's going to be really rough. But anyways, let's talk about what we're going to be doing next stream. So we're going to be finishing out this stream in just a little bit. But let's talk about what we're doing for Friday. So we do streams on Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays. And this week on Friday, that's going to be the last stream of the week, we're going to be doing Human Resource Machine. This is a assembly-based game where you use assembly language to do little tasks inside of an office. It's a lot of fun, and it's got a very cartoony aesthetic. And we're also going to be doing some programming with Python. We're going to be doing the Temperance CTF labs. In each one of the levels of these labs, you have to use your programming skills to get something done and then provide it to the server to get your flag. So we're going to be doing that in the second hour. In the third hour, we're going to be doing some buffer overflow stuff on Windows x86. So we're going to be doing this over at Hack the Box. And in case you want to try out some stack buffer overflows, Furnacex says, have you taken a look at Exapunks? Yeah, I've taken a look at Exapunks. Unfortunately, it's not very good for stream. We'll talk about it in just a little bit. We're taking an ad break right now. So the ad's over here. And let's go ahead, put on the birds for the last time. Okay, so we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Enjoy the birds and the music. So if you're wondering what this bird is doing, the birds like to grab the peanuts and shake them around to figure out which one is a good nut and which one is a bad nut. So how they figure out which ones are the good nuts and which ones are the bad nuts, they shake them. So eventually they'll figure out which one is the good one, and they'll go and fly away with it, and they'll hide the peanut. I don't know where they hide the peanuts, but It's a big mystery. Let's put away the birds. Let's get back to the hacking. Today, you've Docker and all the cool stuff in my time. Everything done manually. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you just do everything automated, you don't learn as much. You definitely don't learn as much. Okay, so yeah, so we're going to be doing stack buffer overflows on Windows x86, and we're going to be ending off with a little Windows box on pwntildan.com called Django. And yeah, the peanut was never seen again. Well, I mean, I never see those peanuts again. The peanuts leave, but they never come back. So yeah, Fernosec, Exapunks it's a good game, but it's not easy to stream because the little coding window is really tiny, and it's not very easy to look at. So it's not good for showing people the code that you're typing in. So instead of suffering to set up a piece of software with Docker, you can suffer to set up a group of software using K8s. K8s, is that Kubernetes or something else? K8s. Deploy Kubernetes clusters. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. Furnace says, I wonder if there are other Zachtronics games that would fit better. I mean, Human Resource Machine is pretty good, and 8 Billion Humans is also very good from the same company, Tomorrow Corporation. But yeah, I mean, Zachtronics games, I think they're pretty fun. The problem is I need the coding window to be really big so that people can see the code easily. The 8 letters represent the 8 letters between K and S in Kubernetes. Oh, that's kind of clever. That's kind of clever. Okay, let's see if we can find some fun people to raid on twitch.tv. Okay, who do we have online right now? Stazik says, is flashing new firmware to a router resume worthy? I think what you should do is you should probably link your blog, or like whatever you do inside of tech, or your GitHub repository. That's probably a better thing to link, and you can put your stuff like flashing firmware on there, especially if there's a write-up that talks about how to do it. Okay, so that's Twitch. How about we look at infosecstreams.com. I'm the only person on here, as usual. Okay, let me take a look at my own Twitch to see if there are any fun people we can raid. Okay, there is science streams. So science streams, they stream science stuff about ants and other great stuff like that. Let's see if we can pull them up right now. So science streams. Let's see what they're doing. Okay, looks like they are doing art stuff with dinosaurs. What is going on here? Okay, just a second. I just need to wait for this to load up. Science streams, they're doing what? Tournament says, if this experience would be valid for help desk, let's see. MB wrote that in a jiffy. Who is MB in this case? Crop the window to boost visibility. Crop the window to boost visibility. Maybe. I need to start doing some okay, so science rabbit hole, sci art, Jurassic Park themed. So we're gonna raid into science streams. Let's see, Toronto Man 66. I wrote a message on top. So if this experience would be valid for help desk. Wait, okay. Let me answer the question first before we end the stream. So Toronto Man says, this may sound pretty dumb. I was wondering if if this experience being valid for help desk, if I did volunteer for a Minecraft server, which did generate a couple million what? But I was in charge of managing the servers, communicating with developers and figuring out solutions using Jira and Notion, and skimming through a lot of web server logs to find certain errors and player issues. So is this experience that would be valid in help desk? Okay. Million USD. Okay. Well, example of moving the Exapunks code editor a bit. You know what? I'll take a look. I'll take a look for no sec, because I am interested in streaming Exapunks if I can. I just need to make sure that the experience is good for the viewers. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look for no sec. Thank you. You know what? I think what I would do, you could put that on the resume. I'm not too sure how people would react to it. I'm pretty sure that they're not going to hold it against you if you put it on the resume. If they don't like it, if they don't think it's super relevant, I don't think they're not going to hold it against you if you put it on. So you might as well put on stuff like that. Okay, so let's do the raid. Sandy asks, which is better, Vim or VS Code? Vim or VS Code? Nano. Nano is better. In reality, just use whatever text editor you like. Okay, raid, Psy, ants, streams. No worries, Toronto man. Yeah, but we'll be back on Friday, and hope to see you all then. But until next time, everybody, thank you very much for watching today's stream. It's been a lot of fun, and Monkey Man is now HackerFrog. Thank you very much. And you know what? When you arrive on Science Stream's channel, if you could give this message, OSFrog Hip Hop Hack, OSFrog, I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your week, and we'll see you on Friday.